Actually, can I close this sidebar? I feel like I should be able to. You know what? We can do that. Oh, you know what I could do is I pop that out. And then we're going to move this over here. There we go. Okay. All right. All right. I am live. You're live. Mine looks better than yours. I am. It's weird. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to see if my stream is actually functioning. Seems like it is. Okay. Yeah. I'm good. Okay. So, welcome everyone. Welcome Togglebits group. It's good to see you all. Yeah, that's always awkward when I say that on a stream because like I can't actually see you guys, and then it feels like maybe you should cover your webcam. But it's good to see you all, and welcome to this. So what we wanted to do is we're going and testing artificial intelligences. You know, if you follow me, you know that I hate that term because you know, we're really talking about machine intelligence, and we're testing the advanced statistical analysis that's out there. And one of the things we wanted to do, everybody says that it's great for learning to learn, and that's what we wanted to test. We wanted to test, but you can't unlearn something, as Togglebit has pointed out. And so the best way that I could come up with doing it was get two sufficiently advanced intelligences and pick something they've never touched before. So Toggle and I got together and we went through literally every language that we could find and said, which ones do we not know and which ones aren't R? Because R was going to be not. Yeah. So we did that, and that's what we came up with: D, Crystal, Tickle, and Ballerina. Those are the languages neither of us know, and seem like they're not just an embedded language. So the goal here is to create a web server with 3 endpoints: one where you can put data, a to-do, one where you can get it by its ID, and one where you can get all of the to-dos. And a to-do should have an ID, a name, and completed. We're not persisting it to a database. That's not required. If we have extra time, I suppose that's bonus points. Now, the real kicker here is Togglebit gets to use everything but AI. He cannot. I don't care. Google search. He has to close the little thing if there's trying to give him an AI suggestion. No. That's probably fine. I'll give you that one. How do I do the thing? All right. Oh. Okay. Hey, Toggle, did you see what Temporis sent? He sent a multi-Twitch link. That's actually pretty cool. Oh, yeah? Well, it's an option. People don't need to use it. I just was pointing it out. All right. Now, I am going to only use AI, and I'm hoping that now, I'm going to actually try to just install with AI as well. I'm going to try to get it to tell me how to install stuff as well. Now, I'm going to ditch if I can't get it installed in the 20 minutes, but yeah. That's I'm going to try to do it purely with AI, but I will cheat with the install if required. I it's for fun. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, go for it. I really hope it's not Tickle or Crystal. All right. I don't know the developer who created this timer. All right. How do I install? I mean, I only have one website to go to, Togglebit, so like I'm kind of limited here. All right. I'm going to substitute Pac-Man for Yay. Oh. Oh, it's literally to install Crystal. It has me install Yay first. What the crap? It's like no to Pac-Man. Oh. You can't spell Crystal. I looked in chat. Actually, chat helped me. I cheated. All right, I do have to ask chat though, whether you were going to be helpful or not. I really don't want your help. We're trying to test the AI here, so if I'm getting stuck on something, you can give me ideas for prompts to use and things like that to leverage the AI. That's acceptable, not code. If you know Crystal. I don't know if any of us know Crystal. Run over to Togglebits. All right, I think I'm ready. Yeah. Yeah, be as helpful as possible. Am I allowed to set up Mason? I feel like I should be able to. Mason isn't cheating, right? It allows me to do the language server, so I'd have like a language server, right? I don't know. Don't listen to me. Yeah. You're sitting there entertaining your chat while I'm actually getting ahead by setting up my NeoVim. So, you know, Voltbit, Russell, Nighthound, thanks for joining. All right. I think I actually have it installed. So, we're going to jump into I'm just getting into a directory to do it, and then I'm done. I mean, I don't know that I'm done, but like I'd have to start writing code to know. So, let me give you a shout out in Twitch really quickly. All right, so before we get started, if you haven't gone and followed Togglebit, go do that first. That's right. You better go follow. If you're watching Togglebit, you know. All right. All right. Yeah, I'm good to go. If you're good to go, I'll set this timer. And 1 hour, right? All right. Are you 3, 2, 1, go. All right. All right, guys. I'm gonna try to complete this. Toggle, do we want to mute on Discord so we don't talk into each other's head? Or yeah. I'll ping you in about 10 minutes when I'm done. But sure. See ya. All right, chat. Play mind game. All right. I probably should have, Russell. If I had thought about this well, and maybe I'll do this with Daniel when he gets on after this. I should just say random things that aren't true. Like, did you know that Crystal's header files are a .my? Just throwing that out there. Make them look it up. All right. I'm going to say you are let's start a new one. Okay. You are a Crystal dev. Write an app that that meets these requirements. All right, let me go back here and actually copy that. Let me actually. Did I not? Okay. Let me copy that. I thought. Okay, there we go. 3 endpoints. Let's. Oh no! Stop! I wasn't ready. I meant shift. All right, I already have real skill issues. All right, I meant shift. All right. Oh, I had in Pony. We were going to do Pony, but this is in Crystal now. All right, 3 inputs. All right, let's put this. Do we just make this a post? Post. I'm gonna make it a post. Post a to do. Get to do by ID. And get all to dos. This application should let me save and get my to-dos. Name and completed. Okay, I don't need to have that twice. This application should let me save and get my to-dos. All right, let's give this a try. Let's give this a try. Russell. Thank you, Russell, for yeah. All right. Crystal Init app to do. Let's go. I am in the wrong screen. Let's undo that. Okay. All right. That actually worked. That actually worked. Okay. CD'd into it. Shard.yaml. Okay, so we're gonna have a crystal shard. And it's in YAML. Can I do YAML? I do the whole YAML. I don't do YML. I hope this doesn't bite me in not the greatest place. I'm just anywhere getting bitten is just not the greatest place. There's just no good place to be bitten. All right, shards install. Oh man. All right, it made one, so this did come back to bite me. All right, so we're gonna rm shard.yaml. Oh my goodness, I should have just opened up Vim and looked at what was generated for me, like a. All right, dependencies. Do I have it? No, I'm just gonna make a new one. All right. All right. It's MIT licensed version targets CR. Okay. Source. Okay. Here's the full code to define the routes and basic logic for storing and retrieving to-dos. Okay, where should I put this? What file? I'm gonna guess in the to-do app CR. So I guess this is how we do imports. Oh gosh, this looks like Python. And the only reason I say Python is I saw def. I see def and end, and I think Python. Okay, but you know what? Don't know, don't care. Now, part of this is if it's a good tool to learn. So even if this works, I want to be able to at least write some of it myself. So we're gonna see how this is. We're gonna try to edit it a little. Okay, to do app CR. Okay, right. No, we didn't actually. Oh, we did put the. Okay. So we want to do app. What is this? There's a spec and there's a source. Okay, so the spec is for testing. Okay. It almost looks like oh, I'm blanking on the name, but it almost looks like those tests that are written in like standard English that obviously I use quite a bit. ICS Boxy, how are you doing? BDD and Cucumber, Russell, those were the ones I was thinking of. It feels like that. Does it know how to rename a file? I hope it knows how to rename a file. I'm screwed if it doesn't. All right, let's actually do the to-do app CR. Yeah. This one. Oh. This does not look like this at all. Module to-do app version, and I guess I'm just gonna stick all of the stuff that's in ChatGPT in here. Oh no! Oh dear. I'm getting a little language support here. Like I do have Crystal installed via Mason. It doesn't look like it though. It doesn't look like it to be can't require inside type definition. Does this all need to be indented one? Oh, maybe end needs to be here. Is that a type like the module to do? I thought it said put your code here. So this is a to-do struct, and we end. Can we not? Does this do a module? Do I need a module? Maybe I don't need a module. I'm gonna delete the module. Who needs modules? Who needs documentation? Yeah, let's just do that. That's not gonna bite me. We'll put that back there. Okay, expected and not end. Okay, there. How's that? Crystalline says it's good. No syntax highlighting, but all right. I am not going to look at this error because it says, are you trying to, did you mean? And I don't want to see the did you mean. I want to learn it through the AI. I didn't run shards install is my problem. Shards install isn't working. Shards install is not working. I never installed shards. I never installed shards. Shards is not installed on my Arch machine. Okay. Just randomly copy and paste install stuff. That's how we do it. That's how a real Crystal developer works. Real Crystal dev here. Okay. So I mean, it didn't tell me to install shards that first. I guess I should have known. I didn't ask. I didn't ask. So, okay. Fair enough. It got us there. What were we up to? Oh, we needed to do shards install. That's what we needed to do. Let's do it. And then what is the build command? What is undefined method mapping for JSON module. Okay, let's go check out what we've done. What we've done. Also, for anybody that's just joining, Toggle and I are racing. We are racing to see who can create this app the fastest. And he can't use AI, and I can't use anything but AI. So that's what we're doing. It's supposed to be fun, and you should go over to his stream and give him fake information. Go do it. No, I'm just kidding. You should go to his stream though. If you haven't, check him out. Oh, you should go follow him. All right, so we're getting error stuff in here. It doesn't like this JSON mapping. All right. So let's ask it. I don't know anything about Crystal. That's part of the point. I know nothing about Crystal. And I'm gonna do a stream later on where we try to learn a language via AI only. And we'll see how that goes. I might do it. If there's enough viewers, I might do it next week. Next weekend. It could be next weekend. All right. Let's see. I need to actually focus on doing this, and I need to focus on actually copying this. All right. Let's see. Undefined method mapping. I'm going to put the code up here. I am getting an error of undefined. What is it? Undefined method. Is it JSON module? Okay, yeah. All right, the error you're encountering, undefined method mapping for JSON module, usually occurred because JSON.mapping was removed in most recent version of Crystal. Thank you, ChatGPT. Instead, you can manually implement the to-JSON and from-JSON methods to handle JSON serialization and deserialization. Here's how to modify the to-do struct in your code to work with the current Crystal version. Now, my question is, did this ever exist? Did this ever exist or did it just hallucinate that? I don't know. I'd have to go look. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. Okay, so let's just copy and paste this. Do we even have a required? Yeah, we do. Okay. I'm going to look. Again, the idea is, can I learn from this? So we're going to look really quickly. It's adding. It's removed this next. No. It at. What does at mean? What does at me next? Oh, it's a static variable to keep track of the next ID. So this is a static variable. What does it mean by static variable? What do you mean by static variable? I have questions because this is in a struct, right? Right. Okay. So ew. Mapping actually used to exist. Okay, cool. I mean, don't love this. I'm not even sure what this is doing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Not sure. Let's see. To do app. All right. We're gonna run this. I removed it. Wait. Did they put mapping in the update? Did I copy and paste the wrong thing? Did I delete the wrong thing? I feel like I screwed up. Oh my. Wait, did you all see that? One second. Undo. I have this. All right. Just like this. No mapping, right? Right? Now I'm going to do W. Why? All right, let me get out of there. I don't know. I can't replace this code. This doesn't have the at mapping at all, right? No. Okay, and that saved. That saved. I don't know what was going on there. Crystal stuff. Okay. Simple in-memory storage for to-dos. Okay. Undefined method as is for array. Okay. Can I copy and paste this? No, I want the error. Can I copy and paste this? Yes. All right. No. There we go. This often happens if you're trying to access a JSON field incorrectly, or if the JSON structure in the request is not as expected. In your code, as is method was likely being used to get a. It's the code you wrote. Okay, so here's how to troubleshoot, how to fix it. Verify JSON structure, ensure that there's just. Okay, so let's look at our structure here. We have an int ID name completed. So this is being used on name, which is a string. You're saying the payload in a different format. Okay, the method as is for it suggests that Crystal is trying to interpret a JSON field as a string, but instead finds an array. Well, that kind of makes sense because it wouldn't know, right? How would it know what this was? If it's JSON, it's parsing it, right? This is an unknown. So, right, it's array of JSON any. Because it could be anything. Wait, what is this? So this is a post. Create a new to-do, post, do. Oh, this is not the environment. This is just the name of the thing passed in. All right, params JSON name as S. This seems right. You're wanting it as a string. I don't know what the question mark operator is. Let's ask. What is the crystal question mark? I'm assuming it like unwraps it, right? And crystal, the question mark operator is a safe navigation operator. It's safe, which allows you to access a method or property on an object that might be nil without causing a runtime error. All right, let's do that and then ask ChatGPT. Thank you so much for the follow. Who doesn't love a double at? Yeah. That JSON example is trolling you. I feel like it is too. Actually, let's do this a different way. I feel like now I can't look at anything else. I can only look at AI. Let's yank this and say, do we ask it about fixing this? Or do we ask it about serializing this? I'm going to go with serializing the struct. Can you show me how to... I meant deserialize, but yeah, deserialize to create a to-do instance. All right, so JSON equals this. To-do equals to-do from JSON. How's Togglebit doing? How's Togglebit doing? Tell me that I'm not doing worse. Tell me there's a chance. Tell me there's a chance that he's not just destroying me. So this seems like this is like a super troll, because if I can just do this right here from JSON on it, I'm just gonna do that, right? Yeah. So I'm just gonna do to do equals, and then this is env, right? Env dot request dot body. Why is it getting deleted on me? Why, when I write this, does it just go away? What? Why is it that I can do one thing? See, now if I write again, it just undoes whatever I did. I have to quit. I have to open it up. All right, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to uninstall Crystalline. I feel like Crystalline is Fragiline. I think I'm going to do that right now. It is I'm blaming Crystalline because it should be about the only thing that's running. How do I remove wait. Is it R? No. Let's see. Let's see. How do I remove? Uninstall package. X. Capital X. Okay. Okay. Capital X. Oh, I wasn't on anything. Let's go to all package. How do I get out of the help? Is it just G question mark? Okay. Okay. Capital X. There we go. I should have asked ChatGPT. I realized I just read the docs to uninstall Mason. My apologies. I read the friendly manual. That was my bad. All right. Let's get out of that. Let's get back into it. Crystalline is gone. Fantastic. So now to get the errors, we'll have to just run it. It's fine. Uninstall the package by typing Twitter. Okay. Well, we're on line 100 now. Okay. Whew, that's feeling good. The weird thing is, this works. I almost wonder if this also worked. I feel like Crystalline was just taking me for a ride. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Okay. Well, we'll remove that. So what I'll do now, it looks like I can just access stuff by dot notation. Thank you so much for that follow. If you guys are new here, since you're following, and you are, we're trying to learn if AI is good at teaching you. I'll let you be the judge of that. Right now, I'm competing against Togglebit. It's a fun competition. If you don't know who Togglebit is, he's streaming right now. Go check out his stream. Let me give you a link to it really quickly. Super chill guy. All right. Go see what he's doing. He's also doing the same challenge. We picked a language neither of us knows. I know nothing about this. I don't even have Syntax highlighting support. So, you know, it is what it is. All right. Now I think I can just move these. Let's do that. I was going to make this just to do dot name. Oh. Did you see that? 1 second. Copilot disable. I was cheating. No, I'm allowed to use AI. I wasn't cheating. In the next one, it's going to be inversed. Daniel is going to be using full AI, and I'm going to be doing it the good old fashioned way. But this is the time I'm allowed to use AI. Okay. Never mind. I wasn't cheating. Don't tell Togglebit I was cheating. All right. To do completed. Done. Okay. All right, so now we're on to line 100. We've learned a little here. I'm not gonna say I'm a big thing, but like I've learned how to use functions to reference names. Yeah, this syntax is a little weird but like I understand how to make a function now. Like the syntax for it. We don't have a line 100. Pool parser. We don't. This is an error in the JSON. Where is it in my app? Okay, let's ask ChatGPT. That because that's the only thing I can do. I'm getting this error now with this code. So let's put the error here. And then we'll put the code here. We'll put the whole bit of code. This is not that much code. All right. The error you're seeing, expected argument number one to be IO, not IO, occurs because body can be nil. Oh, I did this. This right here. I gotta unwrap it, right? Yeah, that's gonna fix it. I didn't even read the rest of it. Nope, that didn't fix it. Update the post to do back block to handle a possible nil. All right. Okay, so this is just doing basically. I don't know what this function does. Just look. Let's see if it does. Check it. So I understand this. I understand this. You're checking the request body size, but what is this not nil function? What does not nil do? This is so asinine. If this asserts that it won't be nil, why do we need the rest of this crap? I guess nil is different than the size of 0. All right, well, we'll try this. We'll try this. It looks feasible. I feel like the size is I'm going to just try deleting this. And just using request body. I feel like that's the right. We already, if we're asserting that it's not nil, I feel like that's fine. Expected token in a file. Oh, I don't need either of those. Okay, yeah. You're right. Because I got rid of the if and the else statement. I think we're done. Look at that. Oh, no, don't do that. No. I have the wrong thing. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's go. God of silence. No, I'm not cheating. I already figured it all out. Why isn't it not working? Okay. We're signed in. Do I have a project for this? I don't really have a project. Let's make a new project. All right. Let's do this. Oh, wait, no. So we'll do a post. Was it post? What was it? This was a post. Yeah, post. We'll post here, and we got to do a body. Let's see. It's going to look for raw JSON, and we've got to. Can you write me a JSON request to put a to do? Eagle 11. How are you doing? Eagle 11's our next contestant. So. Oh, I see what's gone. I see. Not what I meant to do. I see what it's done. You're ready to win? Oh. Well, I'm effectively a crystal expert at this point. So be careful what you wish for. That was a lot of code back. It sent us HTML back. What garbage is this? Carmel doesn't know this way. Oops, I just made everything smaller instead of larger. I do not know. I mean, it's a 404. It's a 404. Oh, you know what? Wait. A slash to do. I did not do that. Invalid JSON format. It wants an ID, doesn't it? This is not really good because I'm defining my own. Leave toggle bit in my dust. All right. So then we need to be able to get to do. So we have two paths for this, right? We have a retrieve a to do by an ID and retrieve all. Yeah. Okay. So then we're going to go with to dos, and this will just be get. Oh, beautiful. And we should be able to do get a to do. How? By this. Let's see. Wait. It has. All right. Okay. So the ID is in here. So. ID 2. Oh, or was that wait. Is this like, oh, I this isn't a param. This is literally like uh this. Yeah. Hello there, are you on YouTube? How are you guys doing? Eagle 11, yes, ours is using Elixir. I had to use something different with Togglebit, or else I would have already been cheating by learning Elixir before using competing against you. I guess you guys should tell Togglebit. We should pop over on his stream. Or do we just do a little bit more? We have 15 minutes. Should we just do a little bit more, make it a little bit fancier? Let's try to expand this a little bit. Can we persist this into an SQLite database? Honestly, as an experienced engineer, it wasn't too bad learning this way. I don't think a new engineer would learn well this way because I understand coding, and so doing this, like, these types of things make sense to me. This doesn't really make sense to me, but I'm not a Crystal dev. And I'm not saying you couldn't learn. You'd have to ask a lot more questions than I did, right? I didn't have to ask a lot of questions. I could make guesses, and because I was racing Togglebit, I did make guesses. All right. Let's do this. Spend the rest of the time making. I don't know that that's possible. It was not crystalline, just barfed on me. If this is the only one, I'm not installing it again. It didn't even do syntax highlighting. It literally just did, let me undo what you wrote last. Not my favorite tool. All right, I'm going to not just copy and paste because I feel like it will have the mistakes of past. Let's be clear as well. This AI did not do this well. It required somebody that understood coding to do this. It does not like Crystal. The ChatGPT is not a Crystal dev. ChatGPT is not a Crystal dev. This is gross too, right? This is part of the to-do. Oh, okay, I guess this isn't as gross as I was thinking it was. It might as well almost have. I don't know how I feel about this. Having the database function. This is fine. We'll go with this. We'll go with this. So it's effectively the same. Yeah, I think this is fine. So one thing, if I wanted to make this better, that's not true at this moment, is you have to send the int32. Actually, let me look at the old one. Oh, this didn't have the question mark. Maybe now that it has the question mark, you don't have to send the ID. That would be great. That would be great. Okay, this is fine. I'm starting to feel like I understand. Okay, and I don't need this anymore. The syntax here, like this is db dot, like I'm running kind of imperatively here. This function open. I don't understand this line. I realize it opens it, but it's not like a function, right? It is a method. They have, don't they? Yeah. Well, then why do they use brackets here and not here? And why do they call do? What's do mean? This do in syntax is a block that will execute as long as the database connection is open. Oh, so this is like a anonymous function. And this is like an anonymous function getting passed in. Okay, okay. So I'm guessing, oh, these are all inside this function. I got it. I got it. Okay. So then we're running all of this inside of this DB environment. Does this work this way? Does it? I'm going to try. We got 9 minutes left. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. So, did I copy everything? No. Why I didn't copy this, I don't know. All right. So it seems like functions and methods can have the parentheses, but don't have to have the parentheses. That's a little confusing. Or maybe that's just in definition. No, here, like, you're using the parentheses, right? I don't know. I don't know. Now, you know what I just realized? This is running here, and this is the working one. I want to experiment it someplace. Yeah, let's update this where where did we say that to bind to 3000? We didn't say. So I'm not going to shut this one down just in case this does not work. I want to show Toggle that that we got it working. Okay. So code temp Toggle versus Merrick to do app. And so then this would be Crystal run src to do app. From to-dos where ID named argument. Expected a named argument, not ID on line 34. All right. Here's the corrected line. Okay. Do we think this is going to work? Oh, shard. What was it? Shard. Help. Oh, I can't do. It's shards, but I can't do help. I can't read the manuals, the friendly manuals. I have to do. How do I install with shard again? Please tell me. Shards install. Oh, I need to do this. Okay. I didn't update my YAML with our new dependency. I'm just being a little dented. It's okay. Every once in a while, you need just a little dent. All right. And now I can shards install. And now we can run undefined method last insert ID for. I don't know that we're going to make it. We got 4 minutes. Okay. Undefined method last insert ID for database. Okay, let's just ask ChatGPT. What else are we going to do? What was there? Toggle's done. Toggle's done. Dang it. He's so fast. Dude, honestly, I watch other let's get Toggle on a call. I watch other people write code, and man, can people write code faster than I can. I'm not quick. Imposter syndrome? No, it's just a fact. I am not quick. I mean, it's not really imposter syndrome. They're just faster. I've watched them. If you've watched me, you'll know one thing is I'm not a fast code typer. I might understand stuff, but I don't understand this though. I have 2 minutes. Toggle can't call until 2 minutes. I wanted to get the database working. That's just not going to happen, is it? So ID equals this, and they're saying to update ID to this. Is that really the solution, though? I don't know. Let's see. So what are they doing here is they're doing select last row as in. So like this is just okay. I see possibly what the answer is. Like they're saying this is a function inside the database. I'm not sure if it is. Well, unexpected token as. Oh my goodness. Could you just... Did I screw this up? No, I didn't screw it up. Let me copy the whole thing. Come on, come on. Ah. As. Not nil. Yeah. Oh, maybe I could do 1 second. Maybe I could do question mark. Right, because like I could do question mark as I32. Is that possibly the right way of doing this? That is the solution. ChatGPT didn't give it to me. I'm out of time. I'll have to humbly call Togglebit without solving the database problem. That irks me. That irks me. That irks me. Hey, Toggle. Well, I didn't get everything that I wanted, but we tried to slide the database in there. We tried to slide an SQLite database in there last minute. It didn't work. I was going with the same. Once you learn some of the base principles, like the question mark operator, you know, it felt kind of like Java and a statically typed, or not Java, but Python and a statically typed language had a baby. No. I not nearly that bad. Like I have a to-do struct that that allows you to save to a database or the database I was trying to get to. I can share my screen and so your chat can see and I'll go over what I'm doing or what I've done. And then maybe you can share your screen and go over what you did. All right, let's do. I don't know how this is gonna go with me streaming and doing this. Let's hope I don't drop frames. All right, so this code isn't perfectly running. I do have actual running code. So when it was running, oh, what are you doing? No, did it crash? Oh no, you're still working, but I don't know why it reloaded on me. Am I streaming my desktop still? No. So it crashed and then jumped me back into it. Let me try to share my screen one more time. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna try some lower resolution. The bare minimum. Probably you had said 6 minutes left. I was probably close. I think I had 9 minutes when I decided to start adding the database. Um, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna share my whole screen. 1080p, 15 frame rate. There. Hopefully that doesn't crash on us. Can you see my screen? All right. So, as I was saying here, I have it running in a working state. We tested it with this. Check this out. Okay. So, we can get by ID. So like this is getting by ID. Our first task was to learn Crystal, and we used Camel. And then our second task was to leave Togglebit in my dust. So we can also do to-dos, which get all of them like this. So this gets us a list of them. We can also post to the to-dos with a body here with 3 sweet victory, and send that. And yeah. Wait. That's 404 not found. To do. There we go. Message to do created. Okay. So. Okay. You know what? It didn't go through code review yet. Okay. Did it's. Okay, and it's a post. It probably should have been a put, but post seemed easier to me, so we did that. This is the code as it exists now. Like I said, it's not compiling because I was trying to add SQLite 3 to the database. It added quite a bit more complexity. So we have this to-do struct, and I know somebody's gonna flip out because I added. This is how the AI wanted to do it, but I added the database functions to the actual to-do struct methods. The question mark operator, well, inside of a select statement like this is a SQL query, but oh, right. This you either returns a to do or nil. Yeah, I was gonna say. What types can this return? This line return. Either to do instance or nil. Now, don't take this for gospel because it generated bad code almost every single time. Crystal, it was not its best generation. Like, even to the fact, if we go up to the very beginning, the very first thing that it did had this at next ID. And then I was like, this doesn't work, this JSON mapping. And it's like, well, of course it doesn't work. Crystal removed that. And I was like, oh, right. I was like, 1 second. There was some other problems, but where was that? It was. I can find it, but yeah, it was basically like, yeah, of course that doesn't work. Just. Oh, yeah. The error you're encountering usually occurs because JSON mapping was removed in more recent versions of Crystal. And I love how it blames me. It's like, this error was you can manually, so like it was like, it wasn't my code. It was the code you gave me right here. So this is the web server. So we currently wrap it in this DB do. So before I tried to do the DB, it was just this, and these were the camel. What was it called? Kamal. Yeah, Kamal. That's the library. I don't know. That's just the one it recommended. Oh, yeah, that's a web server library. I just so that is in so that is just in your when you generated your project, it generated this shard YAML, and this is how you do dependencies in it. Okay, so I use libraries, and basically all you do is you make a function, with what you want here as the comment, and then you tell it that to do it as post, and the only thing that you have to do at the end is do camel run, and it hosts these at these paths, these functions at these paths. Um, Yes, this function gets a function. Like, this is a function that you're passing to this function. Uh, that's Yeah, and that works. Yeah. I'm guessing too. I was just going really fast, so don't ask me too many questions about it. No, no. I don't know. Um, H you probably just fully qualify it with its module name beforehand, just like, like you would with in C# with, like, a namespace. That would be my guess, I'm just guessing. But that's another thing that I learned with this. Going into this without anything, I don't know that it would be the same with a new developer because there's so much, I have so many years of knowledge of doing with these things. Like when I saw the question mark operator, I kind of guessed what it was. And like I could leverage some of these things. I typed and dealt with some of these things without needing to like fully understand computer science or go back to the basics or anything. Um, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I have error handling on all of it. No. No, no, just piping out Jason, yeah. Okay, are you gonna share your screen so we can see yours? Yeah, nobody wants to see that. Alright, let me yeah, let me get it into a pop out. That's fine. Oh, what did you use? What did you use for, the code? We couldn't get stat or code highlighting at all. Alright, well, yeah, I couldn't get it to work, and it sucked. Okay, so I was using one called Crystallize, and it kept deleting the code that I would write, and and so I had to get rid of it. Two A, two S. Yeah. Wait, were you saying that's great or not? I hate it. I actually hate implicit return with a passion. It's like one of my top features of Rust that I hate that all of the parsers, you know how in Rust you can be explicit, but like everything will be like, oh, you should be implicit return here. Oh. Of course, you would have a toggle function. Um, could could you have done path dot two underscore I dot not underscore nil? Oh, yeah. Interesting. Nice. Wait, what? How did it get? What? What did you do? Okay. Yeah. But I do think that you could do so. Something I learned is this not nil exclamation point. So on your path dot two underscore I, um, type period not underscore nil and exclamation point. Now run that. That will work. Oh, yeah, 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 but I mean, it should work as far as, like, compiling. You're saying it's never going to be nil. Um Ooh, ooh, that's beautiful. Yeah. I I actually think that you understand it a little bit better than I do. I think that I think that I did a little bit more, but I think you understand. Like, so when you were talking about a class and how to initialize a class, that's actually something I never had to touch. So, like, I did more with like functions and stuff, and some very specific things like the question mark operator and whatnot. But like, as far as this was kind of just taken care of for me, and I never really had to deal with it. Um, Yeah, but I also think I guess that was kind of my point because the Fisher Price crystal is kind of where you learn some of those base principles. Where I kind of skipped some of the base principles. Like I'm in here making properties. You didn't even make a property on your class. Um, right, right, right. And I'm in here making properties, and you know, I think we would have to do a longer term test of this, but I also think just from yours and mine, like I think what would be really interesting is to have junior engineers do the same test because I feel like both you and I were like, oh, yeah, we could just infer this and just run with it. So it was less of how well the thing taught us quickly as of like how fast you and I just inferred different things. Like my mic is hot.
well.
Oh no.
Let me see what's happening.
No, you're good. I just don't
I
think that my chat could hear you. Nobody told me.
really. Oh. Well, they can. I mean, if you were, if, I don't. I think this was fun. We can do this again. We should probably like do something better with the how we sort of combine audio and video and stuff in going forward. Like the retro of the challenge, right? A retrospective of the challenge. But so what would you have thought if we did this with a completely different topic, right? Not web development. I don't know what else we could have taken um, as a challenge to do this. Maybe it would have been fun to do this with a game engine that neither of us had ever used, and then try to make something. But in 1 hour, the only thing I'm going to develop is an ulcer.
Well,
So I don't know.
Well, we could do a longer one that's just a Saturday. I could get up a bit early, you could stay up a bit late, and we could do like a 4 hour.
Do you know what late means in my book? One of my viewers, Danaka, is always on my case about this because I go to bed at like 8, 9 o'clock. So late to me, that's like 10 p.m. is late.
Wait,
But
what time is it right now for you?
right now it's 5-ish.
Yeah. So no, this is fine. Like because we could do like 9 a.m. my time, which is like 3 hours ago, till like 1 or 2.
Yeah, that works for me. The time at first when I looked at the timing, I was like, I thought you said 9:30 p.m.
Oh, no.
And I was like, well, that's like 1, 2 in the morning for me. I've been dead a few hours by then. But this works, right?
Yeah, so we could do this another Saturday and do a little bit longer one and do a game dev would be fun. Have you ever used Bevy?
So the rules we had for this was a language that neither of us had ever touched, right? I have opened Bevy on stream, but I haven't really done anything. I would not qualify myself as someone who knows Bevy.
Okay.
And at the same time, I don't think that I could figure out the innards of Bevy in a sensible amount of time. So Bevy would be, or have you done anything with Bevy?
No, I haven't. And I was thinking if we keep the project to a really simple, we wouldn't need to like know the internals, like move a dot on the screen or something. I don't know.
Temporis is suggesting make Pong in Bevy without reading the Pong tutorial. I think that Pong in Bevy is such a small program that and sufficiently large enough AI can probably just output the entire program in one thing. I
You
think
would
we
think
should.
that, but our little thing, I thought possibly I would be done in the first thing, and like it just had so many problems. Like there was so many things to go fix. Like the code didn't work immediately.
Londo says Tetris. I think the important thing, maybe we shouldn't even debate this thing, because I think what made this really fun was we can. So those of you who are watching this who didn't know this beforehand, we were supposed to do this with the Pony language, right? I got a text from Marek.
I'll be right back. You keep talking.
And yes, I got a text from Marek earlier today, and he basically included this thing, and here it said it should be written in Pony, right? I never used the Pony language before, and just before we're gonna get started, I couldn't find a way to install Pony on Arch Linux, right? Other than compiling it from scratch, and I had no idea how long that was gonna take to set up, and I had no idea how long it would take to compile it. So I said, okay, let's do something else. So last minute, we just looked at all the languages that was on the list of languages on the Arch wiki, because we both use Arch, by the way. And then we did the randomizer of that. We picked 4 languages that neither of us had used. There was Crystal, D, Tickle, and Ballerina. We also had a bunch of other languages on there, but a quick inspection, some of them were just MATLAB/R clones, and it wasn't gonna work with this thing. We had Vala on there, but we took it off because I have seen Vala a little bit when I poked around with Elementary OS, so we kind of just got rid of that one, right? so yeah, I think it was fun to kind of come up with the language just before we started the stream. Um, so it's not really important that neither of us have ever seen or done anything with the language. This is all for fun, but it gave it a sense of this is really entirely unexpected language choice that we're using here. And I gotta say, I'm actually quite happy with the language. The language felt nice to use. It was pretty intuitive to some degree, and I could actually see myself picking up Crystal at some point if I ever felt like I didn't want to program Rust because, reasons. I don't know.
Really? You think that I'm not I'm not a huge fan of the white space as a language construct.
I think Space makes it very succinct and very easy to digest a lot of the code. And this is one of those typical languages where its battery is included in the standard library, right? This is what Rust must never be, because you have so much stuff that they have to maintain, but then we just get a web server baked into the language. So it was just like, off we go, right?
Yeah, it feels much more like Ruby in that case, where Ruby seems to be a batteries included language.
The only thing that I don't understand is why this language has end, because there is no way that you can do it. You can't indent any of this code. I'm guessing that would break it. So I don't know why we have a begin and at this thing, right? So maybe Bevy would be cool, but Bevy is like really like it's a really long compile time setup to do it. It's not set up on my machine for hot reloading or for like dynamic loading and anything. So I think maybe not Bevy, but maybe we should do what we did today and just add
Spin a wheel.
the stuff before we stream, right?
I'm good with that. I'll spin a wheel and stream that.
And we'll do it on the same premise. That's something that neither of us has never done before, right? So we have to find some. It has to be a little bit of a niche, right? Because we both have probably, dipped our toes in game development, web development. I mean, the only stuff that I haven't done is like device drivers and kernel dev, and I don't think we can do that on stream.
Right? That would not be a fun stream.
It would not be. The other thing is I ignored my chat in this case, and I did so just because I think there were people in my chat who were probably quite skilled at Crystal, and they would have just ended up programming this through chat for me. And I just ignored chat and just went nuts with the whole thing. But the really fun thing, the one that I really enjoyed here was that I finished with 6 minutes to spare. So your 1 hour guesstimate was actually really good. If we would have had an hour and a half, then it wouldn't have been the same stress factor on there, and it wouldn't have had the same entertainment value.
I was gonna say I wanted it to be fast enough where like there was stress to get something done. But like it was a simple task too for experienced engineers. Like you've done this a million times in 12 languages by this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
13 languages now.
I think maybe what we should do is come up with a couple of different language challenges, and then we can do this now and then where we randomize the language and the challenge, right? That could be a fun thing to do, just to constantly poke at other languages. And I wouldn't be against a functional programming language. And to give some context to this, to my chat and to anyone who's listening on your stream, if they can hear me, I said no to functional programming languages because I've only looked at like 2 or 3 of them. So Elm and Gleam. I tried to run OCaml, and I've poked at Haskell, and I was headbutted by Lisp. But in reality, if we would have picked a functional programming language, I think, other than Gleam, I don't think it would have made any progress. And I like the more well-known ones I have somewhat been exposed to, right? So, but I'm not averse to adding functional programming languages in there in the future, right? So people are saying we should do Rock. And I have opened the website on stream and looked at the syntax and read something about it, but I've never really looked at documentation for it. So I would say I'm pretty much a rock virgin when it comes down to it. So I'll be okay with rock.
I'm not sure how I
ICS.
feel about that statement.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
that's entirely up to you, right? But I think we should do something off stream where we just catch up and figure these things out, because I think there could be some fun to be had here.
Yeah, I feel like this is a fun thing to do every once in a while. And you know what? Also, like, I like touching other languages because you learn different things. It makes you think in different ways. And the different challenges do too, because, you know, like, too often am I doing some like SaaS based thing because that's what I do for my day job, that I don't do other types of things as well. So I like the do a game dev or a device driver, or
I think we'll skip the device driver because it's going to be really hard to bring any entertainment value out of. Be like, what does this do? And then 2 hours later, the computer still won't start because you broke. We're not using emulators though, right? The chat knows we're doing this on bare metal if we're doing device drivers, right?
oh yeah,
So we have
absolutely.
to buy some obscure piece of hardware from AliExpress or whatever with no device drivers, and then try to get it to work, right?
We were just going to use our cars, you know, that was going to be the thing.
Oh, you have a car? Oh man, posh you are. I just got horse and trap, man. It's just I'm doing this Amish style when
I live in the United States. If I didn't have a car, I wouldn't be going anywhere.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't go anywhere. It doesn't matter if I have a car or not. Going outside doesn't lead to anything good. No, this was fun. It was a good challenge, and I'll be up for doing something like this again. Danaka is asking what happened to my car, and Danaka, my old Toyota Corolla died. So it was moments, like a week or two after my wife bought her car, my car died, and my wife commutes, and sharing is not caring. So no car for me. Okay, well, this was pretty fun. Let's do a catch up on Discord after this thing. I'm going to go and see to my animal now and feed it some food. And yeah, if your stream can hear me, cheers everyone, and I'll catch you guys later.
See you, Toggle. Thank you so much for joining.
Cheers. Bye.
No, I cut him off. Whoops. All right. Well, we're a little behind, but we have one more of those. This time, though, I don't get to use the AI. This time, what we're doing, so one of my friends, he's been on, he's been around. We're going to do. I think if we said Elixir, let me pull up Discord really quickly. I think it was Elixir. Oh no. Never mind. Toggle and I went too late. Well, yeah, Toggle and I went a little, just a little late, which is okay. It was good. That was fun. So I'll see if I can't get Daniel on some other time. We were going to do an Elixir. Neither of us have touched Elixir before. I'm sure that both of us have seen it before, like but not done it. I'll be pleased that the cluster you gave me no longer works. Oh, you know what? I'm a little scared. So for those of you who don't know, tomorrow we have this thing. I haven't come up with a name for it yet because but if you know what clustered is, timeline. Okay, so tomorrow, starting early in the morning, we have clustered, and It's not clustered, but it is in the spirit of clustered. So clustered is a person by Raw Code, and I'm super honored that Raw Code is one of the contestants. So there's two contestants. One is our very own Russell, and the other is Raw Code himself. So those two are people, and they broke Kubernetes clusters, and we are going to try to use AI to fix our clusters. That's what we're going to do. So we have broken deployments. Now, the feedback I have been getting in this is that I'm screwed. It doesn't even matter if I was using AI or not. We weren't going to fix these clusters. I think that the two people had fun with it, which is awesome. So this is going to be really, really, really good. I have a third backup cluster that doesn't have control plane breaks, just like really simple deployment issues. That if the other two are too hard and like the AI just does nothing, I have a fallback. That was done by me, but we'll still get a good idea of what the AI can do. But yeah, so I'm super excited about that. Yours won't be too hard? Okay. I don't know, Russell. I mean, to be fair, Raw Code is the king of clustered. Absolutely. You are your breaks are in the legendary realm as well. So he's selling himself short, but he is the one that dropped us into a Wordle shell. So we had to first solve Wordle to get into a restricted shell. To start fixing the cluster. That was unexpected. I will remember that for a while. That scar does not go away too quickly, but it was fun. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot that you would get logged out if you weren't typing. So you had to like, I forgot about that. I was so annoyed. Oh, there were so many things that were so annoying with that one. Okay, but it's fun. And so we should have some fun with that. Okay, so we have a high noon. We're not going to be late now. I was going to say we're going to be late for our high noon mock interview. But we're not going to be late because, well, we took too long. We took too long with this. Thank you so much for the cheer. ICS Boxy or ICS Boy X. I'm sorry, I destroy your name all the time. All right, so let's get ready for this. What we're going to do next is a mock interview with ChatGPT, Claude, and Llama. Now, I recommend if you like to, the Llama instance is the one we're going to be running locally. So it's a little more dented. It doesn't have as much as big, you know, it's the small language model. But I thought that was fine. I figured that per the benchmarks, Llama that you don't run on your computer is similar to these. And so I thought it would be really cool to see, you know, one running locally, you know, just on what my computer can do versus, you know, the big ones. So that's right, X. You did say that X was fine. So we're going to do that. We're going to try to get an understanding of that. I think somebody's about to come knock at my door. So I'm going to go really quickly. I will be right back. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Let's see. Okay. So let's go ahead and get the local llama set up and ready to go. Let's get out of these. Ooh, I had one of the things that I had wanted to do, but we'll do that if we have extra time. All right, let's clear that. I don't know. I don't even know what I was doing. Let's see. Where are we going? JAI games. All right. All right. So let's run Ollama. I think that's how we ran it last time, which worked pretty well. It was pretty simple to run it with Ollama. Let me update the titles. We got a new title. Let's see. We're going to do Can AI pass a system design interview? All right. There we go. Ollama. I already have it installed. Run llama. Okay, let's see. I think we can just do this, right? Yeah. I think. Do I have to start Ollama? How do I start Ollama? I would ask Ollama if I... How do I start... Wait, is it just like... I think I didn't enable this because I don't want it running all the time in the background. Yeah. Okay. A fairly self-explanatory way to start it. What? What? Did we just get a subscriber? Did we? It looked like it, but it's not in my Twitch feed. Why is Twitch one of the most broken interfaces? check this out, just so you guys know I'm not lying. It's supposed to have the subscriptions and stuff here. My Twitch alerts had one. So thank you so much. We're up to like what, 9 subscribers. Actually, that's pretty amazing, honestly. Thank you everybody that has subscribed. Scott, thank you so much for subscribing. Scott B, you are amazing. Thank you so much. You all are actually amazing. Thanks for sticking around with me, putting up with my shenanigans. And yeah. Error 502. Please don't do that. There we go. We're ready to run Llama 3. We have a to-do app ready to go here. Okay, so then not I don't want the to-do app. I want the system interview. All right. So what we'll do is we're going to keep notes here as we go through the system interview. I'm going to do what is pretty standard system interview questions that people get asked. Actually, I wanted to know, what type of system interview do you guys want? I was going to do maybe the more cliche system interview. You know, like design me Twitter and then go through the Twitter things and ask questions as it goes through and designs it. But we could do something a little bit different. We'll have plenty of time, I think. I say that, and then we never have plenty of time, but we should have plenty of time. Oh, I do have an update. I think I want to put the Twitch chat Turing test to after clustered. If that's okay with you all, because I want to rework some of the questions that were asked. I was going through and I found super big patterns I found new ways to make the AIs sound more real than the first time. Because the first time through, I prompted them just straight. But it turns out, if you're not thinking, you can be like, you are mom GPG or GPT. Respond to everything like you are my mother. And it actually sounds a lot more realistic than if you're just like asking it questions. So like, and you can also build up a scenario beforehand as well. And I wasn't doing these things. I was just asking it questions like I would somebody on the phone. These were supposed to look like text message conversations. This has actually been really hard. I have redone this multiple times because the first time I was just doing it with text message conversations, but humans text with like U for YOU instead of spelling YOU. And so that made it too easy. So then I had to tell the people, like, when you respond like you were writing something. And so this has been so challenging because I'm trying to make it difficult to tell the AI, and I haven't succeeded really well yet. So anyways, I think I'm gonna push this off. I have it ready, but I'm just not super pleased with it as it currently stands. I will check. If you subscribe twice, I should be able to refund. Absolutely can do that. Thank you so much for the subscription. Your form. The Kubernetes the hard way is tomorrow. And this isn't really Kubernetes the hard way. This is Kubernetes the pain and suffering way. So what this happened is I stood up 2 Kubernetes clusters and I handed it off to 2 fantastic people. And those people took those lovingly created, well cared for clusters and beat them. Yeah. We don't even know. I'm not looking at them. I have no idea what they're into, what state they're into, and we will be trying to fix them tomorrow. So anyways, this has been really difficult. Like I said, I've just been struggling with this. So yeah, anyways, we'll probably do that tomorrow or after the take-home coding exam. It shouldn't take long. It should be like 45 minutes. So yeah, and we'll probably end like 3:30 as well. So anyways, we'll yeah, anyways, I'm not doing this today. I just and we'll probably do this around 2. So my bad. I apologize about that. Was planning on doing that today. Just ran out of time to redo it. I'm trying to make it good. Anyways, well, I'll stop harping on how this is actually difficult to do. It's so I've found it interesting though because humans don't talk like this. Books do. Like blog posts do, books, literature talk like this. And you can get it better. And that's what I'm learning to make it sound more human. Okay, whatever. Let's one last thing that we can try to set up before our noon go at this. I wanted to, is there a terminal app that lets me display both Twitch and YouTube chat? This is not at all what I was looking for. That is not at all. None of those are what I was looking for. I was just looking for what I would love to do is like see how I have this here. I would love to have like a Twitch chat here. Twitch and YouTube chat here. I thought that would be cool. It doesn't seem like there's I don't know. I don't know if there's a command line app out there that would do that. That would allow me to do that easily. If there is, I thought it would be fun. But if there isn't, well, Well, that's what I tried to do. Let's try again. Search the internet for an command line application to get both Twitch and YouTube, chat messages in the terminal. Multi-stream chat fuser. Do you have a link? So X. that was me going through all the permutations of your name. X. I actually thought about making one. We actually already have the Twitch integration to get to stream the messages. So like that's what my Twitch alerts works on. And so maybe we just really put a push towards making my Twitch alerts better and making the local aspect, like the run local aspect here, implementing that. So I think the answer is probably. Probably a solid probably. All right. So, question for chat. What would you guys, I guess here's the camera. I was looking at where I see chat. What would you all like to see for a system design interview? I can give a standard one. I can give one that's more like what I normally do, which is somewhat standard. Or if there's specific questions that you would like to go over for your own learning, because I'm going to give commentary on my opinions of what they give, the answers they give, and what I might like to see more. Then yeah, is there specifically a question you have had that you've struggled with? Is there a question that you think is really difficult, or that you just think is a really good question? All right. Well, while you guys are thinking about that, I'm going to spend 3 minutes. We are, I can't tell how, we're actually kind of close to an ad. I'm going to spend the 3 minutes getting a drink while I run an ad. And then we're going to jump into, you know what? I could get some music on it too. So I'm going to get a little bit of music, a little bit of background music going. There we go. Little bit of background music going. Then I'm going to go and jump and grab a drink of water. I'm going to put the ads on so we're not interrupted for a little bit. And then we're going to jump into how to design in a data-oriented way to take advantage of vector instructions and potentially even GPUs. Russell, that actually sounds really interesting. Can you expand? While I'm getting water, I'll try to expand a little bit in my head where I have not given an interview like that before. Think on that a little bit. I'll think on it a little bit, and maybe we can expand that a little bit more. I just wanted to expand it a little. Like, it's a little open-ended for a system. Well, in my opinion, I have been in system interviews where they're that open-ended. So I guess this goes down to like the level. If you're talking about like if I'm doing like a staff or principal level interview, I ask super open-ended questions like that because I expect a bunch of questions coming back. Like, okay, well, what do you mean to take advantage of vector instructions? Like, what are we doing with those vector instructions? You know, what is our end product that we're trying to serve? I feel like AIs aren't going to be real good at that, but maybe they will. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll ask a good question. We'll see. We'll see. But then what we need to do, if we do ask really big open-ended questions, we need to be prepared to narrow that down if they're not getting that, to see like what level they are. So I'm going to go get a drink. I'll be right back. You guys enjoy your ad. This is a custom ad for you all. Enjoy. Oops, a little bit longer than expected. My bad. All right. How to design a door, blah, blah, blah. I can come up with a, how would you create your own DSL for rules engine that gives you to pick a stable contract? Okay, I like that one. All right, yeah, Russell, those are good. Ooh, Russell, that might actually be on the money. You could pick a channel's chat stream to find other channels the streamer should rate. Actually, you know what I've been wanting to do with the news? I'm going to pose that as the scenario. You know, I want to, you know, figure out what somebody likes and you know, what a group of people enjoy covering and build something that's going to rank those things. Okay, we're going to start off with junior engineer questions, and then we're going to rank our way up. We're going to start junior and rank our way up. All right, so we wait. We have ChatGPT. We have Local Llama, and that's 3.2, and then we have Clot. All right. Prepare the AI prompt. Tell to AI how you want AI to act. Oh, yeah. Yep, sorry. You can see now. Sorry about that. Junior. Okay, so this is going to be a junior. We're going to start with this, and then we're going to work our way up to the more senior staff, principal level questions. See how it does. I want to do this partly this way for people as a learning experience, because like I said, we're going to talk about it. We have some senior people in the chat right now. So, you know, I know that we goof around and chat right while we're doing some of this stuff. I do want us to, you're more than welcome to, don't mislead people, because we're trying to be a little educational. Learn just a little bit. But go ahead and have some fun. We're also having some fun. So, all right, let's start off with an easy one. So we have Ollama running over here. We have ChatGPT running right here, and let's go get AUDE. That's how you spell it. All right, knew it. All right, so we have all three of these. We're going to test them out, see which one you should use to learn, and how well I do. Now, obviously, for all of you They're just here. We're leveraging these AIs and seeing how well they do. Rob, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Let me tell you what we're all doing today. Today is part of the AI games, and we're doing something a little bit different than normal. We're not sitting and coding right now, although we will be coding in a little bit. Today, what we're doing right now, we're just starting. The AI games is where we test the capabilities of modern AI solutions, and we try to get a realistic look, not the hype that somebody looking to raise billions of dollars is going to sell you, but the actual state of affairs as they are. So that's what we're doing right now. We have a pretty good schedule set up. You can see that right here. There's a couple places you can see it, but right now we're doing the mock interviews. We're interviewing ChatGPT, Claude, and Llama 3.2, and we're seeing how well they pass system design interview questions. And then a little bit later today, we're going to do the riddle test, where we're taking classic riddles and changing very little and seeing if they can answer. This is actually based on a study that Apple did, where they changed the names in problems, and AIs were, at that point, unable to answer them. So we're going to do the exact same test, but with riddles. Now, tomorrow, we have a very fun thing. We're doing Clustered, effectively, with the inventor of Clustered, and he is breaking the cluster, and we're going to try to fix it with AI. We're going to then do a coding take-home exam. We made these on stream a few weeks ago. We have it in Go, in Rust. I think we did this one in JavaScript. I'll have to check that out, and C#. And we're going to see how well they do at take-home exams. And then we're going to do the Turing test. And then, okay. So today, or right now, mock interview. We're going to start with junior level problems, and we're going to work our way up to intermediate and senior. Russell actually recommended a couple really good ones that we're going to try to also hit. So let's add these to extra.md. All right. So these are, yeah. Oh, wow. This is pretty funny when I it copied all of your stuff. I mean, he is a VIP founder. All right. I just didn't want to have to search back through chat looking for those. Okay. So let's go ahead and start with the junior. Right off the bat, we're going to ask it some pretty low-ball, easy questions, and we're going to see what it is. We're also going to take this as a little bit of a learning opportunity. If there are questions you don't know the answers to, you want to see how well ChatGPT answers it, as well as I'm going to give commentary on how well each one of these do on each question. So, it can be a learning experience for you too, if you're new to system design questions and would like to learn a little bit. Thank you, X, for the bits. You hope the AI is shivering as much as you did before they... Yeah. What is your anxiety level? So one thing that we're doing here is the local llama is local. So it's not the big beefy llama. It's the simple llama. And I think this will be fun and interesting to see. The big beefy llama does pretty much as well as ChatGPT does on a lot of stuff, or at least similarly. So this is more like, what can you expect in the difference of local? I know that we're not comparing it directly against the big llama, but I'm not running big llama anywhere. So anyways, I don't have easy access to that. So let's get started. All right, let's do the simplest of simple questions. And this one is pretty simple. we're going to do let's do one. Yeah, let's do this. What is the difference between API gateway and a load balancer? It's a pretty simple question, and we'll see how they do. All right, so we'll start off with our local llama. We'll start off here, and we'll see. What is the difference between an API gateway and a load balancer? That's super fast for running locally, honestly. Let's just scan through this. Load balancer. A load balancer is a networking device that distributes incoming traffic across multiple servers to improve responsiveness, reliability, and scalability. Responsiveness. Maybe. Distribute traffic evenly across multiple servers. Ensure high availability by routing traffic away from a single server in case it fails. Improve performance by reducing the load on individual servers. That's a kind of a redundant one of this. Listen for incoming. Select one of the backups. Handle the read. All right. So what I would normally do as a follow-up question when somebody says this, one of the things they didn't talk about is the methods for load balancing. You know, they said select one, but how do you select? What are you? And I would expect a junior to know. They don't have to know every single algorithm out there, but they should know ones like round robin or things like that. So at the junior level. All right, an API gateway is an entry point for APIs, applicational program that manage incoming requests, validates data, routes to the appropriate backend service. Its primary functions are security, routing, caching. Do people use API gateways for caching? I literally am asking this because I have never done that. I use a cache, and sometimes the API gateway routes to the cache, but that's part of routing, right? Or have I just missed a big piece of an API gateway for a long time? I have never used the API gateway to cache, right? 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 Sometimes this. Oh, I need to see another API. I've literally never used it for caching. Ever. So I want to evaluate it in two different ways. First is between the ones. I want to know which one of these answered it best out of them. Like which one is the better one. Actually, let's use O1 preview. It's a little bit better, I feel like. It's super slow, but a little bit better. So the other thing is the big no-nos are incorrect data. So actually, let's write this out. So the first thing is what one works best. The next objective then is any wrong information. I feel like wrong information is super dangerous, so I think that's a very big thing that we need to, when we're putting the scoring, if we're talking about scoring between the two, wrong information is going to be really high in our evaluation process. Okay. So then the other thing that I really want to start looking for is we have missing information, but the ability to ask. I don't know how to write this down, which I actually want to put that up here. Ability to ask for questions. One thing that I've noticed, and I think Claude does this best, is basically we were doing this the other day where we're like, is Kubernetes right for me? And Claude actually did at the end say like, here are some of the things. How many people do you have? And some stuff like that. It was kind of asking for more information on it to answer the question properly. This is not the right way to state this. I want to say critical thinking. That's also not a great way of stating this. And then missing information. Missing important information. So in this, I would say one of the missing things is it says select the available backend servers, but it doesn't actually talk about load balancing algorithms. So that's actually kind of a missing piece of information. So we have like missing load balancing algorithms. Matt, context grounding. I like that. I like that. Thank you. Context grounding. And this particularly gets, I don't actually expect junior, like if I interview a junior engineer, I expect them to do minimal context grounding. And then I expect as you go up to have more and more context grounding. I put this probably last because what you think of as important varies, and it's important to have like what I try to believe as critical things, but there's so many things that you can talk on. So like in the end here, they missed the load balancing algorithms, but I didn't specifically ask about load balancing algorithms. But if you go in here and tell me about load balancers, if you're going to expand on it anyways, I kind of expect you to at least mention load balancing algorithms. So it's probably not the biggest deal though. Now, here, I feel like this is probably, I need to look this up. I've never heard of caching in an API gateway. I feel like this is probably actually wrong. And that would be bad. That would be bad. Just wrong information is bad. Let's document that though. Do API gateways are API gateways used for caching? I don't know if they do or are used for that. I have never used an API gateway to cache. Now, route to a cache, sure, but that's different than actually caching. Do/are API gateways used for caching? I'm pretty sure. Session persistence for load balancer? Yeah. So let's ask the specific, we'll ask to expound on load balancers and then we'll move on. Matt, I feel like ChatGPT will not ask any questions unless prompted. And I think that's a problem. I actually think that's a huge problem. This is a huge problem with it, because if you go in here and say, should I use Kubernetes? And it gives you an answer without prompting you for questions, then it's a huge problem. Because the problem is the answer is, I don't know, it depends. And then the answer will be like, well, what does it depend on? And, you know, if you're asking me, I'll be like, well, it depends on the size of the team. It depends on your architecture. It depends on your needs and your project. And we can start to then hash those things out. If I don't give you all of that information, which I would be hard pressed to even just coming up with this, I would need to have a conversation. Then, yeah, well, but we'll get into it. We'll get into it. But I actually think it's a problem. Okay. All right. Let's review this one. Purpose: single entry point for APIs, API management, request routing and composition, protocol translation, authentication and authorization, rate limiting and throttling, caching and load shedding. Caching responses. Is that what they were talking about here? Because this says, I don't know. Load shedding is a good one. I guess caching responses is used in API gateways. If that's what that's not what I was thinking here. I thought they were talking about like as a write through cache or whatnot and caching methodologies. Okay. Well, this expands on it better. Monitoring logging, operational level, abstraction layer 7. This is so far a much better and more concise. Another issue here was it goes into a lot of stuff I didn't ask about, which I'm now realizing looking at the other one. Covers a lot of info I did not ask about. I really asked about the API gateways and load balancers. Good point. And the use cases are microservice architectures. Okay, this is looking good. Traffic distribution provides incoming and network traffic across multiple servers to optimize resource, maximize throughput, and reduce latency. High availability and ensure that you remain available even if one or more servers fail. Okay. Key functions. Yeah, actually name it. You know, if you're going to talk about it as a responsibility, at least say that you know round robin. Yeah. This looks good. I mean, it's layer 4 and layer 7. I feel like layer 7 load balancers are really weird, actually. I understand that they have, like, AWS has their application layer gateway, level gateway. It feels more like a dumb service mesh than it does a load balancer to me. I know that it's not a service mesh. It also doesn't feel like a load balancer to me. It did mention session persistence. Oh, you're right. You're right. We should mention this did not cover session persistence, did it? I don't think it did. I apologize. Let me look through. It did not. Okay. Missing load balancer or API gateways. Okay, I think those are thanks. I think somebody else also mentioned the session persistence and I missed it. Let's see. Scaling services horizontally. Yeah. Yeah. Ensuring service availability. Okay. Key differences. Offer a broad range of API-specific functionality, include request transfer, authentication, orchestration. Orchestration? I hate these words because I'm always like, what do you mean orchestration? I would literally ask this person because like, what do you mean it's orchestrating? If you're talking about, the word orchestration could mean like orchestrating infrastructure. That's where I always jump to. It doesn't. But you could mean like orchestrating requests routing. It does do that. So, I don't know what they mean by orchestration. I'm not going to ding it. This looks fine, right? Complexity and overhead. API is more complex due to extension set. Oh, this is good call out. Good call out. Protocol handling. This is also another good call out. Let's see, is it right? Can translate between different protocols and handle non-HTTP protocols if needed. I think this depends on your API gateway. I think this is a bold statement. I do remember when API gateway, it couldn't. In general, they can. I think it depends on which one you're talking about. But load balancer typically handles HTTP, TPS, and UDP without protocol translation. Right. It depends on what protocol you're looking for. Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna say ChatGPT passed. I didn't notice any big thing that was missing. Maybe we should have ordered this into like missing information. Missing info, which we'll put that there, and then this is like wrong info. Maybe talking about caching high use calls, but unclear. And then this is just going to be general. General information. Yeah. Okay. I don't know that did you guys see anything in the ChatGPT that was missing? I didn't see anything. We got the persistence, we got the contact. This was good. Oh, you know what? Now I'm looking at this health checks. I feel like this is nitpicking. Load balancers do generally do health checks. Although some modern API gateways can do health checks too. So session persistence, good. Basic traffic distribution algorithms. It didn't talk about it, but at least call it out. Traffic distribution algorithms, unlike Llama on the computer. Cache management is a better way of saying this instead of caching. You do deal with cache management. Service composition, use load balancer, distributing web traffic across multiple web servers. High availability setup. These are both. I actually feel like under load balancer, high availability should be under load balancer too, right? I'm going to put that as missing. We're missing. What are we missing? This was missing HA for LB. Yeah. Microservice architecture, mobile app backends. I mean, like, it's fine if your mobile app backend is a microservice architecture. But I feel like that's wrong info. Like, if you want to make a mobile app, make a mobile app. You don't need an API gateway. So a problem with this is if you do this, I don't know, maybe this is just me interviewing, but if you do this in an interview, I'll specifically call this out. Why mobile apps? And so if you can't sit there and tell me why a mobile app needs an API gateway, it's going to be rough. We can ask Claude to defend that. Why use a API gateway for mobile apps? And you know what? There's been a few times when I've learned something in an interview where I'll be like, why use an API gateway for mobile apps? And then they'll have like a really, really useful, they'll be like, well, last job I was working at, we were on this project and we had this issue and this is how we solved it. And, you know, like, oh, cool. Music is too loud. Sorry about that. Is that better? Super sorry about that. Is that better? I don't know why, but people always complain if I also, you know, play the music back through Twitch, you know? They always complain. You guys are just complainers. I'm just teasing. All right, here's why using an API gateway is particularly valuable for mobile apps. Optimization for mobile constraints reduces network calls by aggregating multiple backend service. I feel like this is wrong. I mean, like, this is not to dive too far into the weeds, but this is what you would consider like a graph API, right? You're aggregating multiple backend services into a single network call. Unless if I'm misunderstanding what they're saying here, but optimizes payload size for mobile data usage. Again, this feels more like graph, but you could do some stuff in the API gateway, but you could also just do it in your application. Transforms responses to mobile-friendly formats. I don't know what they mean here. Handles API versioning smoothly for different app versions. This is true. API versioning is easy, or is a thing that you can do with your API gateway, but I don't know if you just version your API. So I guess there's two things. You could version your app's API, or you could handle it in the API gateway where you actually deploy two different versions of your application. So to me, this is a microservice thing where you could actually have two different versions of your app deployed. And this is, again, going back to the, if you're using a microservice architecture, then this is a way that you could handle it. But not needed for an application. You could put different versions in your monolithic application. Security benefits. Yeah, there are security benefits. Absolutely. These are security benefits of doing it, but that's not mobile specific. You know, you called out mobile specific. This is anything that requires these things. I actually love centralized authentication, authorization in something like an API gateway. I think it makes it easier. Again, I'm asking about mobile apps because they called it out. They opened that bag of worms. Performance improvements. You can cache without an API gateway. You can do edge deployment. Okay. Compression is more helpful. This is a good one. Compression is more helpful on mobile apps because a lot of times you have a mobile app that has limited bandwidth. I think this is actually the first one where I'm like, yeah. Now, not that you couldn't do it other ways, but this is actually mobile specific. Yeah, these two. Nice job. Okay, well, I'm gonna go with this anyways. Mobile app is not a use case. No duplicate heading. We're having a heading. It's in a different context. This is in Claude. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Nitpicking here, but that's what we're doing. Other than that, I think this is well done enough. They got enough of these different things. Let's see. What did you guys also see in this? Actually, I could make this a little bigger. That's a little bit better. There we go. This is a good call out that it sits in front of multiple applications. I think both of these did very well. I think if I had to rate these, so let's do this. For the which problem were we on? Oh, we were on the what is the difference between an API gateway and that's not what I wanted. I don't know. I'm pressing buttons. I am pressing buttons. Why did I not copy this? Okay, let's do this. What is the difference between API and gateway? I'm gonna rank these: ChatGPT, Claude, and then we're gonna do this like past. We're gonna give this a B plus. We're gonna give this a B plus. It passed. It passed. It was a passing grade. B plus. But Local Llama was. I think this is a fail, honestly, to me. Let's see. I'm gonna say it passed, but this was a C minus. C minus. It was rough. If you're talking junior, it passed. It passed. All right. Another favorite question that I have that we're gonna add in here. Our number 2 question here. I love asking this one. What is the difference between horizontal scaling and vertical scaling? I think that this is not well understood. So we're gonna ask ChatGPT that. We're gonna ask Local Llama that. And then we're gonna ask Claude. All right. So let's ask a Local Llama first. What is the difference between horizontal scaling and vertical scaling? This will be the last junior level question. And then we're gonna get into the more fun questions. Trust me, we're about to get intermediate questions. All right. Horizontal scaling is a pattern of scaling out, and vertical scaling, these are word salad. You're not saying anything. Don't say this in a, this is just filler. Horizontal is scaling out. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's just saying words. Vertical scaling, also known as scaling up. It's two different approaches to increase the capacity of systems. Okay, vertical scale increases the power of individual servers to handle more workload. This is achieved by this. The benefits of this is lower upfront costs. No additional infrastructure needs to be. I mean, usually when you vertically scale, it's a new machine. So I don't think that this is necessarily true. Lower upfront cost is a maybe. But this is hard because, like, generally it's about the same price. Now, microservices are more expensive, but if we're just talking about the scaling, I'm not sure. Easier to manage as all the resources are handled by a single entity. So, I mean, this is generally when you're doing a monolith is why it is, but the scaling itself isn't necessarily true. Greyhatter, what are you saying is wrong? Did you say I was wrong? Right, yeah. I was gonna say I just asked what the difference was, so this is a little off topic too. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I am also didn't ask what the difference between monolith and microservices are. That is another question, but that's more in the intermediate. Improved performance as each server gets more powerful to handle the what the garbage. I don't know why I said grabbage, but I meant garbage. That's what all scaling is, to handle better, more workload, more good. Yes, thank you. This is what I call word salad. Don't do this in an interview because it annoys me when I ask a question in an interview and somebody tells me the same thing I asked them over and over again. Oh, it handles more scale. Well, yes, I asked about scaling techniques. That I would hope that it handles more scale. So does a second computer. Higher cost, potential bottlenecks in resource allocation, whatever. Okay, so this is a hard fail. Let's talk about why this is a hard fail. Well, maybe we didn't get to the comparison. This up here is a hard fail to me. If I interviewed you and you started with this, don't do that. I asked what the differences were. This is not. All right. Let's go in here. Hard fail. We're gonna go through our judgment on what the difference between horizontal. I'm gonna put a little bit. Okay, so let's talk about wrong info. Pretty much most of it. Failed to talk about the difference between the two. Technically. And really just focus. Like, this feels like you're talking about differences because you're like bringing up like lower costs. But that's not what I'm asking about when I'm asking about this. Like, when I ask about what the difference between them are, I mean, what techniques, what are you doing, and why do different things scale the different ways? I would expect if I was asked this, I would start out really simple, and then I would ask my interviewer a little bit more about what they want. I would say, well, vertical scaling is where you increase the size of the individual machines by either replacing it with a new machine or, you know, sometimes with VMs, if you're on a VM, you can actually make that VM larger so it consumes more resources of the parent host. And then horizontal scaling is when you write a stateless application that can be run in multiple different places and you add more machines to the group of the group of machines. Now this has its different trade-offs because when you have a single instance with vertical scaling, a lot of times you have now this isn't required, but a lot of times vertical scaling is used with monoliths and databases and things like that. And you don't have to worry about updating load balancers or things like that. Whereas when you have horizontal scaling, you're going to think about your load balancing, adding that to the load balancer group, making sure that it's available there and has a connection to the database that stores the information. And then you can go on and ask questions about more things that they would like to know, showing that we could ramble on about load balancers or whatnot, but also I understand the topic. So when we're talking about the difference between these two, a lot of the times it depends on the workload that you're running. I already mentioned databases versus microservices, and we could talk about the difference between those two and why some workloads lend themselves to vertically scaling, like a monolithic application lends itself to vertical scaling. It is very hard or difficult to horizontally scale unless if we make it a stateless application. We can go in and talk about it. 90 degrees. Did you prompt the LLM that they're trying to pass the interview by demonstrating knowledge not presented in the question? Yeah, I probably should have done that. I do love the 90 degrees. Russell, I would love to interview you. I would love to interview you. All right. I don't know how else to go on this. This didn't cover any of those things. Sorry to rant about how I would have answered it, but I think it's important to show why I consider this so far off base. I feel you wouldn't get the job. Probably not. I mean, if you answered for real, you would. But if you answered with 90 degrees, I would get a hilarious chuckle out of it. Probably wouldn't hire that person. But I think you could probably walk circles around me in a system interview. All right, let's see. Let's compare it to some more advanced units. Right, Zolo. It would be an entertaining. It would be a interview to remember. Oh, Russell, now you just gave me an honest interview idea. I'm gonna need a willing participant. Okay. Wow, this is a lot. All right, let's go quickly. There would be an example of how not to take an interview. Actually, you know what? That's not a bad. I've been thinking about doing some mock interviews for some educational content, but it would not be bad to do some things that you've seen people do. I'm sure that we've all been there where we're like, no, we see people do this. And I don't know if they're aware that they're doing it. Like the word salad. When people come to me and start to just repeat the things that are in the question with a different wording, and they just consume time, it's okay to be like, to rephrase it and post it as like, let me just rephrase this so that I know that I understand. And so you're saying, hey, I'm rephrasing it because I just want to make sure I understood what you asked. 100% okay. But when you pose it as an answer to their question, then it's like, well, thank you, but no thank you. All right, definition. Vertical scaling involves adding more resources to an existing server or system to to enhance its capability. This can include increasing the CPU pattern, adding more RAM, expanding storage, or upgrading to a faster network interface. Or if you're in the cloud, just switching to a bigger instance, but you know, whatever. Single machining, simplicity, resource limits. There are physical limits to how much in a single machine. Downtime. Yeah. Even if you're in a VM, you'll probably have downtime with this. Although this is maybe not true as well, because you can scale up. This isn't true. I should draw this out. I'm gonna be pedantic and nitpick, and I know I said that this was a junior test, and I would not hold this against a junior, because a junior would be thinking monolith, and in a monolith that is true. But let's say I have 3 database nodes that have a replication factor of 2. So we have a RF of 2. And we decide to scale these up to make these bigger machines. You know what, actually, we should have made these green. Now, this one does go down, but that does not mean you lose service availability. If you have a replication of a factor of 2, you can serve that out of these 2 while this one is down. Now, you have to have the capacity to do this. I mean, there's a lot of things. So it could mean downtime, but it doesn't. Scaling up does not mean you have downtime. Now, a lot of systems that scale up this way, like I said, your monolith, where you have a single server and you have to take it down to do something with it, to make it a bigger server, does have downtime. But scaling up does not technically mean downtime. And it says may require system downtime, affecting availability. But this assumes, again, a monolith, because here I have system downtime, but not service downtime, not affecting availability. Does this mean you've already scaled vertically? But my question was, what's the difference between vertical scaling? You can vertically scale something that's already horizontally scaled, yes? I guess maybe you're correct. To me, the difference is whether you're making the machines you already have bigger or you're adding more machines to your pool. Doesn't have anything to do with what you started with. What's the difference between horizontal scaling and vertical scaling? Vertical scaling really isn't a thing? I disagree with that. VMware does have some really cool hot memory addition, but a lot of the times you can't do that. A lot of people don't have the money to pay for Broadcom's exorbitant extortion. Hardware spec upgrade is basically what I'm saying. You're making the hardware that you're using better, or upgrading to newer hardware, which could be like a complete lift and shift. But so this is where, like, in my opinion, I didn't ask about where we started, but I could see people making that assumption where they're assuming I'm talking about a single node at the start. You know what, Gray Hat? I don't disagree with you. I could sit here and tell you about how many things are bad. You want to know the worst of them? Distroless containers and sorting algorithms. Those two are some of the worst, but we have a lot of bad ones. But I don't ask people about ordering algorithms because they wouldn't know what I was talking about. They would think like online ordering. I use what the industry uses in an interview because that's what I would expect people to know. Gebs, how are you doing? Actually, that's on the docket for December to do some more. We actually, as soon as we get done with these AI games, which is what we're doing right now, and we are dangerously close to the viewers. We are dangerously close. If you guys remember, our to get next weekend, to unlock it, we had average viewers of over 30. We are at 29. This was average viewers, but we are dangerously close to destroying that and making me stream all next weekend. More AI stuff, which we have our tier 1 stuff here. We have a conversion test here, which is going to be really awesome thing. And our full app deployment test as well. Yeah. So we're dangerously close to that. All right. Let's continue on. I agree, Gray Hatter. That's what I did here. So that's what I did here. It said that API gateway was used for mobile apps. And I specifically said that if you bring something up in an interview, be prepared to defend why you did it. And sometimes you're right. And I don't know why, because I don't do mobile apps, honestly. I haven't written a mobile app for a long time. So maybe the reasons you would use an API gateway for a mobile app are super valid. And I just don't know it. But I'm going to ask you, and I'm smart enough to know if you're just, if you're just making stuff up on the go. Am I using i3? Absolutely using i3. It's the best gaming UI ever. I've been over this, why you want to game with i3, but you want to game with i3, and I game on Arch, so I game with i3. Wait. You might like Hyperland? I might. I could try Hyperland. I'll stream. I'll try Hyperland. All right, let's move on. I got a little sidetracked on this, but this is good. Okay. I don't care. I want to know the differences. Okay, so key characteristics. Simplicity in management, yes. Consistency. Again, I'm going to accept the notion. Especially because if somebody like Russell would make the assumption that when you're talking about vertical scaling, you start with a single machine, then I will accept that as that's an okay assumption. I'm actually going to update because in my interviews I've never accepted that as an okay assumption, so I'm gonna take that as a learning experience for myself. Um, but I'm going to ask about it. I'm going to put it as a thing to then ask and see if we can have a good conversation about. Data is processed on a single machine, again. Limited scale, bound by the maximum hardware specification, single point of failure, cost inefficiency at scale. Okay, so pretty much this is saying that scaling up is a single machine, which again, to me, scaling up is a way to bring more capacity to your system. It has nothing to say whether you have multiple machines in your system. But I'm marking this as a learning experience for myself. Vertical scaling is bringing more power to the systems already in the system. At least that's how I've always defined it. Not saying that you only have one system. But I could be wrong. If everybody else thinks that that's wrong, I'm accepting of it. Dutch, you are not wrong. You're not wrong, my friend. Not wrong at all. Okay, advantage of a high scalability, unlimited scaling potential by adding more nodes. This is a dangerous statement. Adding nodes doesn't necessarily reduce add more scale. Redundancy improves fault tolerance and availability. Cost effective, can use commodity hardware, reducing costs compared to high-end machines. Well, most of us, even in vertical scaling, use commodity hardware. Reduced redundancy, improved fault tolerance, and availability. This is, when you're adding more machines, can make this more. I find all of these are require a conversation. The reason I say that, let's say these are all your nodes. And this is your database. And your database goes down. None of these work anymore. I think this is like the fallacy in when people are like, you can have infinite scale. Okay. Well, you can scale them out infinitely. You can infinitely scale them out, but it doesn't mean that your application actually scales infinitely. You know, because what you realize is that you put this monolith somewhere else. Even if this has a replica that sits over here, you still have a bottleneck. And then learning to scale around that isn't anything about horizontally scaling the compute, because that's what you do here, is horizontally scale the compute. The more Merrick describes, the more it's obvious he's a database engineer. I'm not even a database engineer. So this is where, like, this is getting into weeds I don't like getting into in this answer. It's making claims about horizontal scaling that's just not true. I think this failed it to me too. And maybe I'm being too hard, and maybe my interviewing is terrible. Maybe this is why I have a hard time hiring people. But to me, it's just about whether you're adding more resources to the system that already exists or adding more systems to the pool of systems. It's a very simple question. This is why it was in the junior engineer, but we're making it all complicated. And we're bringing in system architecture, and it has nothing to do with it, in my opinion. All right. I need to stop dealing. I'm going to go with this. I'm going to go with Merrick needs to understand this question better. That's what I'm going to go with. Merrick needs to understand this question better, as I think I would fail people that I respect their opinion. All right, and we're gonna move on because I didn't like any of their answers, but I think you guys did. And so I gotta adjust. Yeah, I work in aerospace. Please. I work with aerospace stuff. Please. Gray Hatter, you always make it. Go for it. Any suggestion? All right. Let's oh well, there's an ad. We're gonna take an ad break while we talk about this. All right. We're gonna go on to the more complicated ones. We're gonna go into the more complicated ones. And hopefully we'll have a little bit more better conversation with them. And maybe I won't go into one where I disagree with everybody on what it should be. That's not what I meant to do there. Thank you, though. Okay, I just wanted to get back to the bottom of the screen. Okay. Let's talk about what our intermediate level questions are going to be. Okay, so Gray Hatter, I agree with that. In general, I agree with that statement. When I'm grading interviews, I search really hard for stuff I like, and the only dings or negatives I count are factually inaccurate, and I can articulate why it's inaccurate. It doesn't matter if I disagree. It matters if I respect their evaluation. Absolutely. And this is actually where I was getting into here. I covered that when it said something I thought was maybe not true. And I said that one of the things that I would expect is if I hit something like that, and I said, be careful bringing those up in an interview, because what I would do is I would ask you about it. So be prepared to defend it. If you have a good defense, then be happy to say it, because if we have a good conversation, so for example, the conversation Russell and I just had would have probably made him pass, because while we disagree fundamentally, he understands the problem, and he proved that he understands the problem. Now, he thinks scaling up starts with a single machine, and I think that it starts with how many machines that you want. But we can have an intelligent conversation on it and go with it. Now, the problem I'm having with this is if I'm asking ChatGPT, it's very hard to have that type of conversation, if that makes sense. And so maybe that's a me struggling to interview ChatGPT. Does scaling up require only one machine? Maybe I should type more to it. Why is enter not? What's up, Togglebit? Examples. Let's see. No, scaling up does not require your entire system to consist of only one machine. You lied up here. Instead, vertical scaling involves increasing the capacity of individual machines within your system. This is actually what I was getting at. But this also invalidates everything they said about here about the failures of vertical scaling, the trade-offs. Yeah. If you guys don't know, Togglebit is a person you should go follow. So let's give Togglebit a shout out. He is one of Twitch's most famous Crystal developers. So if you guys don't know Crystal, it's a budding language, super popular with Togglebit fans. Go follow him for the Crystal development, really. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. All right, we're gonna go more to the medium, and we're gonna try to do a little less leading of a question. What we're going to do now is we're going to ask it to design a simple system. I want to see the highlights of the different things. This is what I would ask a person who's been in the industry for a couple of years, just to see that they have all the pieces. Not saying that they've come up with the best design or anything, but at least can intelligently articulate a design and then defend questions about the design. So we're going to start a new chat just to clear everything up here. The Crystal method for the Crystal method. That's fantastic. Is this your all right. So we're gonna do both of these at the same time. Let's wait. How? Oh, starting. It's the big orange thing at the top. Okay. Here we go. So this one is going to be design me a website that lets users chat with each other and join rooms, join different rooms that isolate the participants to that room. There should be a UI available. All chats should be stored in a database, and we want to provide a ranking system, provided ranking, or not a ranking system, but like not ban system. One second. I had this all in my head. What is it called on Reddit? A karma system. I want a karma system. We'll do a karma system. Provide a karma. How do you spell karma? I don't know. Karma. There we go. Karma system. Karma system to reward good users. Purely for good reasons. Purely good for good reasons. I expect roughly 1,000 concurrent active users. Go. And we'll ask this of all of them. Let's go. Let's go. A very simple, not a big deal system design. Just about any database can handle 1,000 concurrent users. Oh no, we're writing code. I didn't want code. I didn't want code. Oh gosh. This is just a high-level design. I don't think you and I agree what high-level design means, buddy. Ooh. Oh, we're writing code over here. Claude, you're doing it. You go. Yeah, okay. Well, let's maybe I didn't say, you know what, this is my bad. I said design me. I thought that meant design, but maybe I should have been more explicit. We can try reprompting. And maybe I need to like exit and re-enter. This was not a system at all. Oh, they did it up here. Okay, they did some system design. So we'll look at this. Let's go with this one first. We'll close that. Okay, yeah, here's what it says. I'll help you design it, Chad. Okay. I'll break it down into different components and provide a high-level architecture along with some key implementation details. Chat system design document, WebSocket server implementation. Let's look at this. Point distribution, message likes, quality contributions, reported content, -2, room creation. So creating rooms gives you points. Creating rooms gets you points more than reported content. So like you can just spam room creation to offset your fantastic. All right, user levels, fine. Privileges, you got to get 50 karma, but once you get 50 karma, you can farm karma. Right, Togglebit. Yeah. All right. We won't focus on this. Is a blunder, but I mean, it's fine. We won't focus on that. This design provides a scalable, secure, and feature-rich chat system. Here are some key points of the input. Real-time communication. Okay, so let's talk about uses Socket.io for WebSocket connections. Fine. I might ask you why. So if this was an interview and you said that, I'd ask you why. You can say that that's what you have experience in and you understand, and that's fine. I'm cool with that. Implemented room-based message broadcasting, handles connection, disconnection events. I think Socket.io has a lot of that stuff, so that seems reasonable. I haven't used it really. I have seen it though. Scaling support. Oh, Redis. PubSub for multi-server support. Interesting thing. I actually did this a long time ago. I was naive. I was actually a tech lead at that time, but I considered myself naive when I did that. I was only a tech lead because there wasn't a better person to do it. And This seems so good at the start. It seems so good. Okay. What I'm going to say is, you said rate limiting. How are you going to rate limit? Yeah, it turned out that, I again. Is it really doing a distributed rate layer? Distributed rate limiter? What language did it write this in? Sorry, JavaScript. Of course. I don't see anything distributed. Wait. IO Redis. Oh, it's using Redis. Oh boy, this is doomed. Okay, so it's just gonna use Redis to rate limit. All right. A good catch. You're right. The current implementation would only rate limit per server instance, which could be bypassed in a distributed system. Let's have a distributed rate limit using Redis. This implementation distributed rate limiting to track message timestamps would work across multiple services. Atomic operation, prevent race conditions. A lot of times what happen in real rate limiting systems is they're not perfect. So you could get perfect, but you would add in latency. So generally what you say is like, generally what happens, let's say that you want to accept only 50 requests per minute or per second. You could do a very strict, and a lot of times that has overhead, a lot of overhead, because in these systems, you actually are required to reach consensus on every request. But there are other rate limiting things that you can do that you still are saying that you want 50. And you have a pretty good guarantee that you won't go over 75 and that most people will be under 50. But it's a lot cheaper. It's a lot cheaper. We can go into some streams on rate limiting and how to the different techniques. Yeah. And then, then you also get into, do you allow bursts? Do you allow those types of things which add to that? So it's a hard question. There's a lot of stuff that goes into this. I wouldn't expect it to bust it all out here. I horizontally scaled to 50. No, did that not make sense? Have you guys not done a system like this where you're targeting 50, but it's a little like it's not perfect because you don't reach consensus. You reach eventual consistency, which means you could get a few over 50. If you guys, again, that's a topic for another day. We can dive into that. Very interesting things, because this has a lot of overhead, high overhead. You're right. This isn't a limit per se. It's a strong recommendation. It's a strong recommendation, and it does cut you off eventually. It could be up to 75. Like there's ways to that it doesn't work, but it targets 50%. It's a soft limit. Yeah. And it is a hard limit. I mean, it will limit you. It just doesn't know exactly. There's a difference between knowing exactly and knowing around. This method says you've done around 50, you're cut off. it could be 55. And there's ways to try to ensure. Usually when you're shooting for 50, you'll shoot for like 60 here. The actual thing that you'll give it is 60. Because that way you don't cut somebody off before they've reached 60. Because you could be like, yeah, anyways. Like I said, we can go into it. We're just asking here. We just dove into this because they talked about rate limiting. I asked about it. Security, JW authentication for WebSocket connections, permission checks for room access, input validation. What input validation are they? What input validation are we implementing? Probably just static would be what my guess would be. You're looking for like curse words and stuff like that. But you could do a lot more stuff like with an AI to like look for abuse of other things. Stop writing code. It's still writing it. It's still going. This thing has wasted gallons of water writing code I didn't want. All right. Another thing that I was hopefully going to get with this input validation is that you need this for your database, right? Number one thing, Little Bobby Tables. If you guys don't know who Little Bobby Tables is, go look up Little Bobby Tables. You want input validation, not just to protect your users, but to protect your system as well. That people aren't crafting chat messages to get valuable information out. That database is ours. We want to keep it that way. All right, let's look what this did. We're in a real-time chat website that allows users to interact with each other in different chat rooms. Each room isolates its participants using the conventions of a room. The other thing that this didn't go into is, were we using microservices? Like, it only talked about Socket.io. It was a little too high level. It didn't really... It was too high level and too low level at the same time. If we're talking about it, like, it didn't really hit the sweet spot for me. So I'm going to see. It didn't also ask questions. I said 1,000 concurrent users. I'd like to see, at this intermediate level that we're talking about, I'd like to see more questions about payload size and estimating throughput and requirements there. I didn't see any notion of a database. I specifically said message persistence, but where is that going? Are you going to cache something, or are you just going to slam your database? 1,000 users, active users, is going to slam a Postgres database. I was hoping, I crafted this in a way where maybe you have 2 databases. I don't know. Or maybe there's different ways to handle the messages because or rooms that you could do in a database like Postgres really quickly, but the users and tracking their karma probably should be dealt with differently than the message does. Do you do it in the same database? Do you use different databases? I don't know, but I would like to see you talk about it. I specifically mentioned these things. User registration, authentication, sure, blah, whatever. Chat rooms, creation and management of chat rooms. This is all what I said. Real-time messaging, yes. User interface, yes. Responsive design for desktop and mobile devices. Great. Karma system. Okay, so this is just repeating what I said, which is good. They kind of went into depth on it. Profile management, username, avatar, bio, absolutely. All right. Good. So you're going to use React. Fine. State management. State management in the front end hurts me. Real-time communication. Socket.io for client. Fine. Backend, real-time runtime environment. Fine. This is getting a little too detailed, but whatever. JWTs, great. MongoDB, okay, we're good. We've talked about it. I don't even care about this. You're saying, okay, for our database, for our backend, we're going to do this, and we're going to cache with Redis. This seems great. We can in an interview, I'm going to ask you maybe more questions about it, but this is good high level. I'm going to use Mongo. When you say that, I'd like 3 words on why Mongo, so I don't have to follow up and ask why Mongo. Tell it to use Tickle for the back end. Yeah. Load balancing Nginx or AWS Elastic Load Balancer. Okay, so yeah, now we're talking about deployment. This is ChatGPT 01 preview has been the best. I know people were like, "Oh, Claude has eaten ChatGPT's lunch." I don't think so. I think Claude has served ChatGPT lunch. I think that's about all I can say. No Dutch. All right. Load balancing Nginx or Elastic Load Balancer. Scaling, horizontal scaling with multiple incidents. Containeration, optional, Docker and Kubernetes. Okay. Again, I'm going to ask why. Here, this kind of seems contradictory to me. If you're scaling horizontally, you're going to want... All right, if we don't do... I'm going to ask. If we don't use containerization, how else are we going to scale with multiple instances and manage the org? Okay, this is a fine thing. There are other ways to do it. If you're stating that this is optional, I'd just like to know what you're thinking. You might have a really good idea. No, I was still reading. All right, scalability concerns. WebSocket scaling. Use a message broker like Why is this the solution that these come up with? I also don't know that this is a great way to handle messages. You know, if you were going to ask me, now I have not actually designed this, but I could talk to you about it intelligently. If I was going to design this off the top of my head, which is all I can do, because like I said, I've never done one of these before. There's a couple ways you could do this. You could do something like a pub sub to synchronize messages across every microservice. But if you're doing that and users can connect to any microservice, you've kind of defeated the purpose. But what if instead you took the approach that a room was a service? So when you connected to a chat room, you all were in this. And then there's no synchronization between these two. This sounds like a scaling nightmare to me. This sounds like you could make 1 billion instances that have to know all billion instances. This sounds like no sharding of your infrastructure at all and sounds particularly painful to me. There's probably some other ways that you could do this instead of just like this, but I don't know that this sounds like the right answer. I just find that this would be pretty hard to scale because let's say you scaled it out to 20 services, like they're all synchronizing all messages using Redis PubSub. That's a lot. That's just a lot to do. Even at 1,000 concurrent users, which isn't a ton for a chat service. See, I would say like you don't load balance, right? People join rooms and they chat in those rooms, and those rooms are backed by nodes or a container, a service. And then as a room grows, you vertically scale that room. So this is where we're using both horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. A room scales horizontally, which means that there is a max size a room can be, right? Now, again, I haven't designed a chat system, but I'm just coming at this from a logical place where we're talking about it. And this is really important for a thing. You also wouldn't want to load balance people's messages coming in. One, they're talking about WebSocket. This is a chat service. Not load balancing that and distributing. Like, you wouldn't want your request going here and then going here and then going to server 100 over here. That's asinine. It just said they were using MongoDB and then they're optimizing the queries. Room list. Okay, so this is good. I don't think you need to cache user profiles. Also, caching user profiles is really dangerous. The only way to cache a user profile is a write-through cache. So if you write through your cache like this to the database is down here. This is the only way to cache a user profile. And the problem, the reason this is the only way is reading your own writes, like basic stuff. If you don't do this and the cache sits out here and you write to your cache over here, you won't read your own write. So you change your name and your name will not be changed yet. I don't like caching user profiles. It's just usually not needed either. Like if you need to cache your user profile, that hurts. Can you talk to GitHub, please? Do they have a problem about reading their writes? It's such a basic concept. I find it staggering the number of people that don't understand reading your own writes. In a distributed system. Like, this is fundamental knowledge. Actually, this is fundamental knowledge. One second. I need to ask ChatGPT. When talking about databases and caching, what do people mean by reading your own writes? And what are the ways to solve this issue? What did it do? That's a different problem, Dutch. That's a different problem. And that problem is this. Your display name should never, ever equal your unique identifier. This is a terrible, terrible design. Like, this is major dum-dum. You should be able to change your display name billions of times, and it shouldn't matter. This is just a core design issue, because what happens with GitHub is GitHub's username is how they identify you. And And this is why like battle.net a long time ago had this problem too. You couldn't change your display name or your username. Why? And then you got these people with like numbers. And another problem with this is you can't have two people with the same name. Lots of problems. It's a bad design. It's just and this isn't about reading your own rights. This is just about designing your data in a way that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. And I'm not saying I've never made the mistake. It's an easy mistake to make. And that's fair. It's fair. And you know what? I'm gonna, because I criticize GitHub, because I know GitHub does this, I'm gonna call out one thing they actually do well. So one thing they didn't do that a lot of places do is they didn't tie it to your email. They didn't make your unique identifier your email. I've done this one. Why is this a thing? Well, what if your email changes? What if you have two emails and you'd like to change which one is associated with it? There's a lot of what ifs, and they did a good job on this. But it shouldn't be either in the end. No, Dutch. GitHub doesn't. GitHub doesn't tie it to your email. That's what I'm saying. You can have multiple. I have multiples. In GitHub, I have my work email for anything that I do with work. I commit with that email, and so on and so on. So if I commit for work on an open source project, I commit with my work email, and so forth. So they actually did a good job by not tying it to that, which I think is good. In the context of databases and caching, reading your own rights is a consistency guarantee that ensures a client can immediately read the data it has just written. This means that after a client performs a write operation, any subsequent read operations by the same client will reflect the most recent data, even in the presence of replication caching layers or eventual consistency models. Spot on. In an interview, this wins. This was good. I might ask follow-up questions, but this is the problem. I did ask for some methods to resolve it. Read your own rights refers to a consistency problem where there are users who just wrote data to a system cannot immediately read back their own changes. This commonly occurs in distributed systems where caching layers or replications. Not as good, because eventual consistency models struggle with this. So they're missing one. And that's where, let's say you have this is your main database node, but you have two other nodes. And these nodes are read replicas. So these are read replicas. You can't write to them. You can only read from them. And this is your read write. So in eventual consistencies, these will take time. But your client could read from them. And in this case, MongoDB, that's a big problem. So it doesn't have to be caching, just caching. And this called that out, or eventual consistency models. User writes data to the primary. The write is successful. The user may try to read the data. They refresh the web page, and the read is served from a cache or a replica that hasn't been updated. The user sees stale data, not their recent writes. This is garbage. This is wrong. Wrong. These are good considerations. We're using 126-bit UIDs, please. 126. My goodness, I can't even say the joke right. All right. Replicated lag monitoring, read write after consistency. So this is database. So you could do synchronous replication. You could do strong consistency. These are options for your database. cache invalidation strategies. So this is where you could do like your write through cache. You could do a write through cache. Time-based is going to screw you right in the same foot that you did this in the first place. So this is a wrong answer. The version-based invalidation is acceptable-ish. Server-side solutions, keeping the cache of writes. You don't want a client-side solution for this. This is bad. This gets people into having state on the front end that doesn't necessarily meet the state of the back end, and this is bad. I say number 3 is just bad. I say that optimistic UI updates is so nice, and I think there are some instances where you can do optimistic UI updates, but optimistic UI updates doesn't fix this, right? Because what would happen with an optimistic UI update is you would get that it was saved, and then you would load it from the database, and it would update to the old thing if you got the old replica. So this isn't actually a solution to it, although this is fine. Monitoring detection, track replica lag. You can track how much your replicas are lagging. It doesn't fix the problem because it could be instantaneously. So any lag, if it's not instant, is a problem. Alert on consistency violations. Hopefully your database doesn't have consistency violations. If it does, contact your database vendor and get a new one. The choice of solution depends on your specific requirements, strict consistency needs versus performance, system scale and distribution, accepted latency, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Not great. Not great. Let's see this one over here. Why it's an issue. Replication, caching, eventual consistency model, load balancing. Right. Because you could also hit a different one that you didn't get it. Now, I generally don't say load balancing because generally this is in the database layer, and so load balancing doesn't matter, right? Load balancing is kind of not the issue. It doesn't matter which front-end service you hit. They all hit the same database. And so this is a database problem, not a load balancing issue. Yeah, shrinkflation, I took 2 bits from you guys. I did. You guys don't deserve of... Yeah, strong consistency, but strong consistency is slow. Just FYI. Use a database system that provides strong consistency. Specifically, you want linearizable reads. So strong consistency is a little vague. You want such as a linearizability. Sequential is actually more strict, but linearizable is acceptable for reading your own writes. This is fantastic. I'm super happy with this. This is passing. If I had an interview with this candidate, I'd be hitting the pass button. I'd be like, we're done here. Good sir. Get out of here. I need to go write an offer letter. This ensures all clients see writes in the same way. And this isn't database. This isn't me being a database engineer because I'm not. This is me being a distributed engineer. These are the types of things you need to know when you pick a database. This ensures all clients sees writes in the same order, and a client will always see its own write. Session consistency. Not great. Implement session level consistency where the system ensures that within a session, a client reads its own writes. Some databases offer session consistency level. So this isn't a great solution because it requires more work. If the database ensures that my session with a client, but the client is another microservice. So this is where this then bleeds into the load balancing, because then you have to make sure that the person is also making a request to the same instance. And now you run into a problem. What if that instance is on fire? What happens if it shuts down and restarts? What if now your load balancer can't load balance because every session needs to go back to the same one that it's going to? This session consistency is a foot gun. It's going to bite you later down the road because there's so many more implications that happen with this. Now, if you only need a microservice to be able to read its own writes for a single thing. This works, but it doesn't work for the front end as well. So, I mean, there are use cases for this, but it's not a real solution for the greater thing. You can also do read from the write node. So in this example, you could say that all reads go from this node. Now, what you've done here is you've said that this replica and this replica are just hot standbys. They're just there in case this one dies. That's fine. Direct both read and write operation from the same leader node in architectures. Configure clients to read. So they're not going into the pitfalls, but it's fine. Don't do client-side mechanisms. This isn't a solution. This will bite you in the foot, bite you in the other foot. Not great. Not great. Strong consistency. Quorum read write. That's just saying use strong consistency. Quorum that crap. Synchronous replication. So synchronous replication, what they're talking about is you can say before responding, so before saying yes, synchronize this, replicate it, and get responses back. I feel like there's actually a problem with this, but don't quote me on that. But it's slow for one, but okay, we don't need to go into this. Avoid caching for critical data paths. I mean, I said that a lot of times people see this with caches, and why I say just don't cache a profile if you don't need to, because you're introducing a thing that people will need to read their own writes, right? A lot of stuff you don't need to worry about reading your own writes. This is just repeating itself. It said quorum read writes, strong consistency, quorum read writes, now database consistency features. What the crap? Eventual consistency with user feedback. If immediate consistency isn't crucial, design applications to tolerate eventual consistency. Inform users that data updates may not reflect immediately. I didn't ask how not to deal with it. This is how not to deal with it. I asked, and what are ways to solve the issue? Their solution is to not deal with it. Fantastic. What an option. What an option. Okay. Let's update this to document these fantastic solutions. Don't allow updates. Wait, was that actually one of them? Okay, it's not, but don't update the data. There you go. So this started out strong. I feel like if it had just stopped at 3, this would have been really, really good. Yeah. Could have been really good. Was acceptable. I guess it was acceptable. This was a solid, I'm gonna go with D for diploma. Local llama. I don't know that I asked local llama. Did we ask? I don't think we did. Let's just get a nice refresh, and then we'll just ask this real quickly. This actually looks pretty good, just as skim. I wish that they had called out write-through caches. Like, write-through caches are literally for this. This is why write-through caches exists as a caching mechanism. This is not what we were asking about. Yeah, this isn't great. Not great. Not great. We could go over that, but it is what it is. It is what it is, and it's not great. All right. Let's look at our timeline, because I think I'm a little over. Oh, no. Oh, no. We got time. We got time. Because I took out the Twitch Turing test. Because that's moving till tomorrow, because I'm working on it. Sweet. Sweet. All right. Let's... one last one. We had from chat. You guys had one. Local llama was F-. It didn't even touch the highlights. We want to design a machine learning. All right. Let's open up a new one. We want to design a system to manage high volumes of data What was our... Oh, okay. This data is going to be used to train the system to detect news articles that our users like reading. There are 3 main components. A news web scraper, a UI and user interaction service, and then user recommendation service. The user should be able to log in, see, and be given news articles they are interested in. They should also be able to rank those articles. I don't know how to spell articles. I always screw this up. News art. There we go. Right here. Thank you. Rank those articles with a 5-star ranking system. And our system should update. I'm trying not to say machine learning. Our system should update to match their rankings the more data we get. Does this sound fair? No code example. High level design only. Russell, did I forget anything? So we're trying to have it design the high level thing that uses machine learning, but not say machine learning. I've never made an interview question like this, so this is new for me. So we want to design a system to manage high volumes of data. This data is going to be used to train the system to detect news articles that our users like reading. There are 3 main components: a news web scraper, a UI, and user interaction service. Maybe I shouldn't have broken it down like this. Raid! Another raid! Welcome, Raiders. This weekend is our AI games. I've been super blessed to be raided by 2 people. E to the 2i Pi, welcome. How was your stream? You were talking about A star? Oh, then that's fantastic. A star is AI adjacent? It's AI adjacent. Yeah, it's AI adjacent. Absolutely. Kind of like how Claude is, or Claude is intelligent adjacent. Oh, thank you guys for the follows. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, wait, did my alerts not go off? Are there no alerts? Wait a second. They were working. Oh no. Oh no, I think they were covered up. They were covered up in this view. So you guys didn't see them because I was playing around with stuff and they were covered up. My apologies. You guys did have alerts. Thank you so much for the follows. You did hear the sound? Yeah. I mean, they were there. They just, shoot. Sorry. We have some AI generated follow alerts that we wrote in Rust. It's fun. And I'm sorry you didn't get to see them. Okay. So what we're doing today, we have a couple things. Just to catch you guys up really quickly, tomorrow is the last day. We're going to do of the AI games, unless if we meet our viewer goalership. Yeah, we have a goalership right beside the dealership. But if we reach our goalership, we're gonna do another weekend. But tomorrow, 2 of my longer Twitch friends have broken clusters for us, and we're gonna try to fix it with AI. We're gonna see how well it does. Then we have a coding exam that's actually in code, written in a bunch of different languages, and then we're going. You guys, Twitch, are gonna take a Turing test. So that's what's coming up tomorrow. Right now, we're doing a mock interview, and we're asking it questions. Now, this is one that came from you guys, came from Twitch. It will work. If you unfollow and you refollow, you won't see your same message again, but you will see a follow message again. Absolutely. Can you explain 4, choose 7? 4, choose 7. I'm not sure what you're asking about. Oh, like oh, okay. We can, but let's finish this mock interview, and then I'm going to take a small break in between the mock interview and the riddle test. The riddle test is actually inspired later today by, this actually shouldn't take long, and then maybe we can hang out afterwards. I have tons of energy. The riddle test was inspired by a research that that Apple did, that basically came out and said just changing the names of problems made them get the incorrect answer. And so we're going to take some old classic riddles and we're going to see if they can get the right answer with the normal riddle. And then we're going to see if they can get the right answer with a variation of the riddle with like names changed or stuff. I have some already that I wrote up. I made a doc on it. We can use your favorite riddle too. It will be fun. And then maybe I might program some after this if everybody's up for a little Rust, and we might do some Twitch chat stuff because I want to have chat on screen, but I have very specific requests for it or desires for it, and so I might do that. Anyways, let's do this. Russell, this is the problem we have as it is. We want to design a system to manage high volumes of data. The data is going to be used to train the system to detect news articles that our users like reading. There are 3 main components: a news web scraper, a UI and user interaction service. You know, I feel like I'm giving it too much. There are too much information here. I want it to ask. The system needs to scrape the web for new articles. It needs to provide a place for users to log in and see a prioritized list of articles based on their preferences. And what else? And a way for them to rank their favorite news. I say new articles, I mean news articles using a 5-star system. These ratings should then update their news. So this is actually, I actually kind of like this. I'm going to have to kind of think about it for like a real interview question. This isn't one I actually ask yet, but I actually kind of like it because the thing is, it's not the typical Twitter, but it has some of the same things about Twitter, but it's asking you to focus on a different aspect than Twitter, right? You know, there's going to be there's going to be multiple systems, hopefully, because you're going to have like the web scraper side of it. You're going to have some of these other systems here. Now, will it decide to use AI? Will it decide to use AI and that? The system Yeah, let's see where this goes. Let's see where this goes and what questions we can follow up with. All right. I'm going to click go. I'm going to get a drink of water. We have ads in 1 minute. I'm going to start the ads now while I'm getting the drink of water, and we'll see where we're at when it comes back. Go, 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 go. No, I forgot this one. I got to click the button for some reason. It's broken today. I'll be right back. Live Lush, thanks for the follow. Run 8x, thanks for the follow. All right. All right, so these actually look pretty good. I actually love when I said high level design only. So one of the previous issues that we were having with it was getting way too in the weeds. Excuse me. But this is actually pretty cool. It gave us a little drawing. Maybe it is Dark Reader causing the issue here. It might be Dark Reader. Yeah, this is easier to read now. This is still hard to read. Look at this. This is getting a machine learning pipeline, an ML pipeline. I love that it didn't say AI pipeline. Fantastic. Feature engineering training pipeline, recommendation model, which the recommendation model's coming out here to the web interface. So that's how it's doing the recommendation. It has a data collection with a web scraper, with an article parser, with an article database. And this is, okay, one of my pet peeves is when people share a database. This is good. Okay, my head's in the way. My head's always in the way. There we go. There we go. So this not sharing a database is fantastic. By the way, for those of you that followed during the ad break, thank you, Live Lush and Run 8x for the follow. I hope you got to see your message while the ad was going. Sorry for the ads. Okay. So this is really cool. Now, let's see, rating history. User preferences. These don't quite make sense to me. Okay, so I get user preferences. You could have like a user information that basically this leveraged. But it wouldn't be leveraged in the ML pipeline. This would be like which ones to say. I don't know. But this is actually pretty cool. And we could have conversations about this. And I guess user analytics sits back in this user management gray box. I'm accepting. Let's see what it says. The picture was good, at least. I'll put my head back in that corner. Let me explain the key components and their interactions. Web layer. Web interface provides a user-facing application. Authentication service handles the login. Data collection. Web scraper continuously crawls news websites. Article parser extracts relevant content and metadata. This is actually pretty important. Article database stores raw articles and metadata. Cool. Let's ask it what database, right? Because I'm thinking... I'm thinking there's a couple different ways we could slice this egg, but I'd like to see how it does it. User management, you stored interest in settings. Rating history maintains the 5-star ratings. Analytics tracks user behavior and engagement. Yeah. And this is one of those interesting things. Because I know that people hate to be tracked, but if you're building a system like this, and I'm going to do this because we're actually going to do this. I do the news every Friday. And one of the things that I like is, one of the things I want to know is like, would I click on it? And that can be really helpful on saying whether it's even remotely a thing to be interested in. So I'll be doing that for myself, but that's just for me. But it can be super helpful for figuring out stuff that you like to look at. So yeah, anyways, YouTube uses this all over the place. ML pipeline, feature engineering, process articles and user data, training pipeline, updates the model periodically, recommendation model ranks articles for each user. Key features and considerations, scalability, user, sharding for the... Okay, another question I'm going to ask. How do you do distributed web scraping? Okay, let's ask it what database model. How would you design the database, and what database would you use for the, what was it? Article database. So you want to know something really interesting. Also, this is fantastic. I've been a little harsh on Claude because Claude has sucked just a little bit more than I expected it to. This right here is awesome. This is awesome. If at the DNS layer you block, and I don't know why. I mean, this is just horrifying to me. If you block Google Analytics servers at the DNS level. So you're over here and you say basically Google DNS, you block any of that. So your DNS server blocks Google DNS. I don't know why I decided to spell Google. Analytics. And it's just blocked. If this happens, I don't know what I'm drawing. I don't know what I'm doing. But if you do that, YouTube Watch Later and History both don't work, like on the website. They leverage their analytics platform to do your your save for later and your history. Because the funny thing is, I don't know. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. Is this mermaid? I don't. What is it? It's this. Is this a mermaid? ER diagram. It's an ER diagram. What is an ER diagram? Is that a mermaid diagram? It looks like a mermaid diagram. Oh, this is just a okay. So, let's see. We have let's read what it says about that. I'll design a database schema for the articles and explain why I choose a certain database technology. For this, I recommend using a hybrid database approach. Primary database is Postgres. Support for full text search. One thing people don't know, Postgres supports different indexes, which drastically changes what it's good at. It's really important to know too. JSONB support for flexible metadata, reliable ACID compliance, excellent performance for complex jobs, free and open source. Vector database later. Okay. PG vector extension for Pinecone. There could be a better vector database. I don't know. I'm not an expert. For storing article embeddings, efficient similarity search can be used for content-based recommendations. Yeah, actually, I think that you can forget AI, and you could put just a vector database with some good embedding logic and actually get a pretty good recommendation service. I actually think you could. Or a similarity service. A pretty good similarity service. Caching layer, Redis, blah. Key design considerations. So I wonder about this. Maybe not. I do like Postgres. Maybe this would be good. Maybe this would be good. I don't know that we care about the reliable ACID compliance. The reliable ACID. Because it's an ingest pipeline. It's not like users are putting stuff in there, right? I don't know that this is a big deal in this system, but it's fine. Okay, let's see. It's key design considerations, partition by date range, monthly partitions, benefits, faster query for recent articles, easier archiving of old data, better backup of management. Okay, this is actually a good one. If you're looking at this, because you can purge older articles. Now the thing is, do you want to? Probably not ones that are ranked, right? If a user's ranked that article, you probably don't want to. You got to at some point probably, but probably just off of time too. So this is probably a good assumption to start with, I would assume. I thought Watch Later was just a secret playlist. Yeah, Matt, I would have assumed so too, not Google Analytics. But that means they're like analyticsing your playlists, which is horrifying. Data retention. Keep full context for a recent article, last 3 months. Archive older articles. Remove rarely used data to cold storage. Yeah, this is probably a good place to start. I'm sure that there's fancier methods, but that's probably good. Performance optimized views for common. Sure. Let's see, create table articles. Yeah, but they don't really need materialized views because like what? Let's look at the schema that they were talking about. This is a little... Okay. So they have categories. Do they need this? This might actually be a good embedding model. So, okay, and then they have this over here. I don't know what this is. I don't know what these entities are. But this seems decent, and it would be fairly scalable too. So the thing here is, the article ID is like the only thing, the article ID and then the partition by time. This would actually be pretty efficient. I don't even think, looking at that you would need to worry about materialized views, because the only thing that you're bringing in here is like the embedding information for a one. Yeah, I think that would be pretty good. You can do multiple read replicas, that's fine. Sure, don't care. I actually, I think this did fairly well. Let's see how ChatGPT handled it. All right. They'll kill off the analytics product soon anyways. What did you guys think? What do you think about this? If you were interviewing a senior. It seemed to cover it fairly well. Thank you so much, Richard MGPE. Ricardo. I just made up your first name the first time around. Thanks for the follow. High-level system design for personalized news article recommendation system. Scrapes news article from the web. Allows you... So if you guys don't know, we're interviewing AIs right now. But this last one is actually a system I'm planning on building over the next year. Because I do the news, and I want a way for you guys to actually like and dislike different things that we cover. And so that I get like more feedback from you all. Yeah, let's ask about how they would do the embeddings. How would we do the so for those of you that are interested in machine learning and vector databases, Art is going to do a series with me. I think we're gonna try to set it up once a month ish, where Art is a guy I work with. Art and I do a machine learning little like demo, but it's more like a how to do it, like do it with us. Like we're going to do this, and then we go through and do that task. So that there's like 2-hour long clips of different things. So we're working on that. We're hopefully going to start it before the end of the year. And we'll do that hopefully, like I said, like once a month. Where we're just going through and doing it. Now, I have to warn you that my company would be sponsoring it. Art. So now we're gonna keep it as generic as possible, but that does mean that we'll probably use a very specific database that has vector capabilities. That doesn't mean that we're gonna try to keep the knowledge generic though. So it's going to be how to do embeddings, and then how to leverage a vector database. Now, it just happens that we're going to be using a very specific database for that, and I'm super appreciative of them sponsoring his time to make those demos to do it on our stream, or on my stream. And I consider that the sponsorship. They're not actually paying me to do it. They're just sponsoring his time to work on it and make them. So yes, Excel. It's Excel. So we'll be using Excel for all of our deck. Yeah, it's Excel. You nailed it. This is a good follow-up question, though. Ooh. This was a little bit more in-depth than I was expecting. Ooh. That's just a lot of Python that just appeared. Well, Russell, we have our embedding. We just whipped that out. Okay, so this embedding, the metal selection. You use it. This is kind of what we were looking for. Good balance between performance and resource usage. Dimensional embedding, support multiple languages. Text processing splits articles into manageable chunks. So this is actually, I know Art and I want to talk about this because this is actually really interesting because there's pros and cons, and like I'm not sure that either one of us would say that we know this well enough to say like what a good manageable chunk is, but there are specifically good like sizes. But you go too big and there's too much in the context. You go too small and there's not enough context, but you have better granularity. So I think it depends really like how big of the text that you're planning on going through and whatnot. Because like if it's a smaller article, you want it to be small. Anyways, there's a lot that goes into this. Batch processing, mean pool for final embedding generation, error handling and logging. Database integration, use pgvector. This is actually something that I want to do on stream, is use pgvector. It's an open source alternative to some of that works on top of Postgres, which is fantastic. Efficient storage and retrieval, support the cosine similarity search. We need to get into similarity searches. There's different, cosine is one. There's a bunch of different ones. I know that I talked to Ashish about this and I actually streamed that, where we talked about different similarity searches. We're going to do a better video on that. I'll probably do it for my main YouTube channel, but all right. Really, let's ask it about this, because really we wanted to know why use and what are the alternatives. Break down the reasoning behind sentence part and compare it with alternatives. Stop coding. Speed. BERT provides performance comparison. Complexity. SBERT generates embeddings independently faster than BERT for semantic similarity. Resource efficiency. I'm out of free messages. Okay. Resource efficiency, smaller memory footprint, can run on CPU or production workloads. Oh, that's nice. It can run on CPU. Lower computational requirements than full BERT. Performance, strong performance on good multi-language support, maintains. Oh, it's not actually code. It says it's Python, but it's not. So it's a little higher, more higher accent for full BERT. And so it's just a smaller BERT. Okay. Cool. Okay, let's look at this one. And then we've got some riddles to do. A small break and then some riddles. The AI just goes for it. It's like, all right, let me code up the solution. Did it try to write code? No? Oh, okay. It was a human. All right. So design a scale scrapes allows users to log in and view personalized lists of articles, enables users to rate articles, updates recommendation based on user rating system. Web scraper module, data storage layer, authentication, recommendation engine, user interface, a feedback loop mechanism, infrastructure, and deployment. So Claude didn't talk about infrastructure or the feedback loop mechanism for the most part. We'll try to compare these. Functionality, continuously crawl and collect news articles from various websites. Determines when and what to scrape. Crawler bots, fetch HTML content, parser. This is kind of, this is the way I'm not big into web scraping, but this is the way I know how to do it responsibly. To do I'm going to say multi-threaded, but multi-bot. Web scraping is basically you have a scheduler that says, okay, you bot, go scrape this website, and you bot, scrape this other one, and and then you get this parallel execution without redundantly scraping the same website. Extracts relevant data, title, yep. So there's some sort of parser. They talked about this, pulling out the metadata and whatnot. Deduplication, ensure that the same article isn't stored multiple times. You don't have to, probably do have to do this, but you can do stuff to avoid getting duplicates, but. Politeness policy. Respect robots, TX, and rate limits. Yes, please. Can we just... I am so frustrated with modern machine learning that... this is like really... Like, just be a good citizen on the internet. Can we just do that? I know that I'm supposed to be testing AI's abilities here, but can we just stop for a second and be like, can we please just be better to each other on the internet, or just in general? But like, why is this so difficult? Scalability, high error handling, retry mechanism for failed fetches, technologies. Okay, Scrapey Apache Nutch. Is there really an Apache Nutch? I don't know. There is. Okay. It's a real web crawler. I don't web crawl. Responsible scraping. That'll never take off. If you're not DDoSing the server, are you even scraping? Oh, I wish this wasn't a thing. You know, like, if said people had come out and been like, there was a bug, we're so sorry, I'd be like, okay, there was some sort of bug where, you know, it spun off a billion things to do the same thing. That never happened. That never happened. Use platform like a Kafka for message queuing. Scraping is how the Internet Archives works. Sure, people do it responsibly. There are people who have DDoSed other people not doing it responsibly. I'm looking at you, Anthropic. These people. I know of at least twice that they have taken down. Once the Internet Archives, once another website. If you come out and just say, we're sorry, and there was a bug. They didn't say there was a bug, though. I do believe they said sorry. All right. Data storage layer. Functionality. Store and manage all data collected in generated article database. NoSQL database. MongoDB for flexibility and scaling. User database. So I generally agree with this. I don't think that this is taking the RAG AI approach though. Ratings and preferences could be stored in a graph database. Ooh. See, this is where Vector comes in. Vector does complex. I actually, if you ask me, graph is for medium relational information. When you're talking about the ultra complex, then Vector is. So graph is more accurate. Graph is going to give you a much more accurate way to query those things. Whereas Vector is going to say, okay, it's too complex to fully wrap your mind around or anybody's mind around. So we're going to generalize. And it does a much better job at that, in my opinion, from what I've seen so far. Plan for storage that can scale horizontally, backup and recovery, regular backups and disaster recovery plan. I don't care about that. Recommendation engine. Provide, okay, what are this? Content-based filter. Analyze articles, metadata, and user preferences. Collaborative filtering leverages ratings from users in similar tasks. Hybrid models. So this isn't doing any ML stuff. Don't care about the UI. Feedback loop mechanism. So this is weird. And this is where it goes into statistical analysis. It says retrained model, like they were doing any sort of machine learning here. But there's a distinct lack of machine learning up here. But do you know what is in a feedback loop mechanism? Data models. Machine learning models. Unless if they're literally just using model for like an Apache Storm processing pipeline, maybe that's what it is. Where did it mention PyTorch before this? Oh, right here. Oh, I'm... Wait, was I there? Data storage layer, user authentication. Oh, I missed it. I thought this was under authentication. Because then it went to UI. I missed it. I missed this. This is on me. Oh no, I missed it because I got bored. Because I was like, content, collaborative, hybrid, blah, blah, blah. I just missed this. TensorFlow, PyTorch, Skyscale-learn, real-time processing, Apache Sphinx. Flink or for dynamic updates. Okay. I feel like this is still more word salad. I don't have an idea of where these fit in. You are right though. User interface, feedback loop mechanism. They did mention it. So these models now make more sense. Additional considerations. I actually like Anthropic's Claude better at this one. Honestly, the diagrams were useful. I do like Anthropic's Claude on this one. Not gonna lie. I felt like this was more of a high-level design than this was. So to me, this was okay. And so some people actually fall into this with with doing this. And I always offer people, almost always when I do a system design and people don't take me up on a whiteboard, it's hard for them because they say words, but it's hard to put them together. And that's where doing stuff like this is so important, because then we can talk about it. Like, okay, let's talk about these things. And then I can ask questions about it. Whereas this one didn't really do it. Like, there was no real, we put together a thing. They just said, we'll use machine learning libraries like TensorFlow, PyTorch, or scikit-learn. Okay, you just proved that you know these. Rest in peace, MXNet. Rest in peace. See, I can prove that I know of another one. It doesn't mean that I know how to use it. Or even that it fits in the architecture. Like, I don't even understand where this is in this picture at this point. Like, and then like a model update. They give both. Like, do it real time and batch. Why not both? I don't know. To me, Claude felt more of what I would expect in an interview. And that's what I was doing here. This is maybe giving more information as far as like, okay, here are possible things that you could do for this. So for your technology in the recommendation engine, you could use PyTorch. But where's your recommendation engine? What database does it leverage? Yeah. I'm also sad that it didn't talk about a vector database. It's fine. You can probably do it without, but it's kind of a thing. It's kind of a thing. Yeah, I liked Claude. ChatGPT was probably fine. All right, we have a riddle test coming up. I need a little bit of time. I need to start. I'm gonna do like, I need to stand up. I need to walk around. I have been live for 5 hours. We have our last test, and then I might actually program some more. I'm actually, you know, I have a couple projects that I'm really interested in doing next year. I want to get chat on the screen right here. I want chat to be right here on the screen while I'm coding. So we got to work on that. But I also want to do the recommendation engine, the system we just designed, a news recommendation system architecture. I want to do this. I think it will be a fantastic learning experience, as well as probably useful to the stream. And then I need to finish the Null Cloud. That's also on there. So we have a lot to do. So we gotta get on to it. I gotta be more productive. I wish I was one of those fast coders. I'm not a fast coder. Anyways, I need a 15-minute break. I'm gonna take, wait, what time is it? No, I'm not. I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. We're gonna do 10 minutes. Thanks everybody that's joined. I'm super blown away by the number of people that have stuck around and joined. Hopefully this has been informative. I've been way more impressed this year so far with the AIs and their abilities. We have some things to round it out tomorrow to see that, you know, I think if you're asking me, I'm very excited about the AI take-home coding exam. Very, very excited about Clustered and Nervous. And the Twitch turning chat. I am excited about that. Hopefully that turns out well. So anyways, I'll turn the music up just a little. And thanks for joining. And see you in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. You know what we should do? We need a new picture. I didn't get the new ones. I actually have even newer ones. I have newer ones. Gotta go into studio mode to change this out. And I forgot to upload them. So I will get those for tomorrow. This is one of my favorites, though. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. And then we can just go... Oh, no, we can do here. Also, no, the AIs are not going to outdo raw code. I feel like tomorrow I'm going into a train wreck. I have a sinking feeling. I have a sinking feeling. My Kubernetes is a little rusty too. It's gonna be bad. See you in 10 minutes. Oh, that's not the button. That's not the button. All right. Here we go. Last section for today. Okay. So, last thing today, we're going to try to replicate some of what Apple did in their research. So, we're going to try that. We're going to see how well that works. I guess we're not going to do it with Claude because Claude has said no more messages for 2 hours. I asked a few too many. I guess I'm a questionable guy. No, that's not what I meant. Not questionable guy. Like, I ask questions. Like, whatever. Anyways, I have this light. Yeah. Check that out. My daughters want me to do pink instead of blue. They picked this pink out specifically for me. So it went well with my face. I don't know what that means about my face. They might not be wrong. I just don't know what it means. Okay, so let's get into this. I have a few, and then I have... so I went through and did like a before and after. I'm not logged in. I'll do this over here. I'll do this over here. So we're going to get rid of this. All right. So... what we'll do is we'll get rid of this. Go away. It just needs to be Edge because I'm not signing in right now. I know we're working on Zen browser. We're using Zen. Okay. So Some of these original ones here were so I have the original, and then I have a new version that I think a human would get, right? Like if you knew, you know what? Let me. I don't know how to test that, but you know what has roots as nobody sees, is taller than trees, up it goes, and yet never grows. The answer is mountains. We all know this because it was from a favorite children's book, The Hobbit. It's called Deep Roots. Now, I changed it to deep roots, unseen, taller than trees, up it goes, but never grows. Is that close enough? Well, you guys let me know. We're going to give it a shot. We're going to give it a shot with ChatGPT. I'm going to ask you riddles. You tell me the answer. I think mountains can technically grow. Absolutely. You slam tectonic plates together and you'll get mountains growing. It's a riddle. If you think too hard about riddles, you can poke a hole in every riddle or find 3 other answers that fit all of the criteria. The goal was, these are kind of famous riddles, right? That was the idea. I'm not saying this is perfect. I'm just trying to trying my best in my limited capacity to do this. And you tell me the answer. Sure, I'd be happy to answer riddles. Please go ahead and share them. All right, we'll do this, and then we'll see if it can get the original, if it can't. It got it. So, green. It nailed it. Bam. All right. Next one. Voiceless it cries. Wingless it flutters. Wingless flutters. Toothless bites. Mouthless mutters. I changed it to voiceless. It howls. Wingless it soars. Toothless it nips. Mouthless it sings. Again, the wind is singing through the trees. These are all, the wind nips is nippy. These are all still similar things that people use with the wind. So I thought it was fair. Are we ready? I am using O1 preview. It got it again. It got it. Marking this green. All right. So this is another classic Under the Mountain one. It cannot be seen, cannot be felt, cannot be heard, cannot be smelt. It lies deep behind stars and under hills and empty holes it fills. It comes first and follows after. Ends life, kills laughter. I changed it to it cannot be felt or seen, cannot be smelt or heard. I actually changed the order, just reverse them. Wait. Under hills, not his. Hills. Obviously, I messed with these because they're misspelled. Obviously. So, it knows it's Tolkien. Changing them a little doesn't really seem to affect it. I've been impressed. Darkness. Done. Another green one. Another green one. Deadly radiation. Also not wrong. Also not wrong. Radiation works, doesn't it? I mean, it can be felt. It can be felt, okay? Let's be honest here. If it's a strong enough radiation, you can feel it. I've been told it feels warm, okay? So, doesn't quite fit. Not instant death level radiation. I don't think instant death level radiation is out in the behind the starters. Low level radiation is out there. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Only 4 seconds. Didn't even stump it a little bit. All right, maybe we need to not do Lord of the Rings. 1 second. I have a question. Watch this. Watch this. Okay. If it gets this, what have I got in my pocket? Is that not bright enough for you, Russell? Oh, it's cheating. It was cheating this entire time. It cheated. I hate this. I gotta switch over to a different model because I need this for tomorrow. I need this for tomorrow. 01 preview. I pay for your service. I hate services where you pay and then it will give you random crap. And if that random crap is useful, great. But if it's not useful and you try to use it more to try to get other random crap that actually might be useful, and they're like, no. I'm looking at you, V0. This is your problem. I can't even get enough useful stuff out of you before I have to pay an arm and a leg. And you're just randomly giving me crap, and like half of the stuff you give is garbage, but I still have to pay for the generation. It's not how it works. I know. I know I am. I understand that I am. All right. Let's try some other riddles. How the egg one is correct. A box without hinges, key, or lid, yet golden treasure inside is hid. Egg yolk, dude. Egg yolk. It's an egg yolk. Watch this. Watch this. I can do this really fast. I probably shouldn't do that in case somebody has a condition. Sorry about that. I won't do that. That was just for Russell. I apologize for anybody else. Felt like a nightclub. No, it doesn't have hinges. Oh, I said with hinges, didn't I? But see, this is the thing. This is literally the point. It's statistical analysis, and these are too well known, right? So statistically, when you say something like this, you're meaning this riddle. It doesn't make sense. You're absolutely right. Any sane person wouldn't have been able to say hey, because you would be thinking it has with a hinges, lock, or a lid. But ChatGPT is just statistical analysis, dude. You combine these words, yet golden treasure inside. Probably just picked up on yet golden treasure, dude. Like, that actually is kind of the point of this test. I'm gonna make it half red though, because it actually got it, and it shouldn't have. That's kind of the point. Yeah, a lock cabinet. It's not, but that's the problem. That's literally the problem with these. That I haven't done a good job of. This was actually kind of meant to demonstrate it. The problem with AI here is that it's statistical analysis, and what we were trying to prove is that you could throw off the statistical. My slips these last days. You can just do little things to throw it off. And we did a little thing to prove that you couldn't throw it off. Interesting. On accident. But that is the entire point. They don't reason. They do not reason. This is my whole thing is there's not reasoning. There's statistic engines. They literally, you know why? Do you know why? When you ask it to write me a story about a bird, you know why it comes out like this and it's writing it line by line? It's because that's actually what's happening. When it generated once, it said, okay, what is the next most likely thing with a prompt of write me a story about a bird, and the first word is once. The most likely thing was upon. Then it said, okay, with write me the story about a bird, and once upon, what is the next most likely letter or word is A. This is literally what it's doing, and it's amazing at doing it. This is why I call it extremely advanced statistical analysis. It is mind-blowing and just awesome what they can do, but it's not reasoning. That's literally what the Apple paper was getting about. That's what we're trying to prove here, is it's not reasoning. It is statistical analysis. This is actually a perfect example. I'm just going full red here. This is a perfect example of it. It's not reasoning, it's statistical analysis. No. I switched over to 4.0, not the 0.1 preview. 0.1 preview is the super limited one. 4.0 I have a lot of tokens for. Chomsky's? No, I haven't read any of Chomsky's work. You're more than welcome to drop some in Discord. I'd be happy to read them. Literally all of this is my own, just digging into all of the stuff and learning as much as I can about machine learning as it is. They are literally statistical analysis machines, and they're really good. It's almost the same as Bitcoin or crypto. Crypto is really, really cool from a technical standpoint. Solving unknown or unfederated consensus is like a cool problem to solve. It's kind of a solution without a problem, though, right? Now, there's actually some problems I think crypto, especially private cryptos, work really well with. And if we're talking to the base like Merkle trees, we're talking about Git is a really great crypto. I like Git as a crypto, and I think source control is a really great example of that with a proof of human interaction consensus. So like, yeah. Okay, so we're actually testing what we want to test. So let's do this again. Let's keep going. Because we're actually doing, and again, I don't have a ring in my pocket. I don't have a ring in my pocket. The reason it answers this is it's statistical analysis. What else are you talking about? When you've talked about riddles, and I said, what have I got in my pocket? If I said this to many people, they would have been able to get it because it's just statistical analysis. All right. I know who he is. I have not read any of the things of his criticisms on modern AI. Not in any depth of any sort, no. I do know him. All right. So the classic riddle of what goes up but never comes down. The answer is your age. Let's try to rewrite that a little bit. What is something that always goes up a number line, but never down it? I'm trying to change it up enough. Oh, this is in preview. Oh no, oh no, 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 oh, oh no, oh. Oh. I need to not be on preview. Oh. Stop. Stop, okay. Not preview. I am going to ask you questions and riddles, and you give me the answer. All right. So technically that one was your age. We all know time travel is real. So that one was kind of wrong. All right, do you guys know of a good riddle? I'm kind of out. Make one. Go for it. So I have a couple here that I haven't updated. It sounds fun. Let's go. Let's go. I have a few that I haven't updated, so like we can do this one. This one is this. You walk into a room that contains a match, kerosene lamp, a candle, and a fireplace. What would you light first? Wait. Can you do the original, Russell? Can you give us the original? What's the original? I think it got it. I think it got it. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, if that's not the answer. That was a good one. An asset, not material. No ownership, but proof. In a fear they were bought. But now, all right, Joe, I like it. I like it. That was a good one. You're now a fan of AI? Okay, okay. Let's see. Okay, okay, here we go. The original of this is the more there is, the less you see. What is it? I'm going to inverse it and say the less there is, the more you see. What is it? So this should be darkness, right? The less there is of darkness, the more you see. Because the original question is the more of this there is, the less you see. What is it? All right. The answer does, the less light there is, the more you can see darkness. I mean, isn't darkness the absence of light? That doesn't make sense to me. Whatever. Let's look for difficult riddles. Difficult famous people. Riddles. Adult brain teaser. That sounds not great. These aren't echo. This is easy. You measure my life in hours, and I serve you by expiring. I'm quick when I am thin and slow when I'm fat. The wind is my enemy. It's a candle. I have cities, but no houses. I have mountains, but no trees. I have water, but no fish. I have cities. I don't know. This is a challenging random aim to confuse you and get. I have cities, but no houses. Oh, the answer's right here. It's a map. Okay, that one was pretty good. Let's do this one. All right. But we got to update it. I have cities, but no buildings. I have lakes, but no sharks. Haha. I have oceans. But no sharks. I have I do not. Land of Leet will do that one as soon as I'm done massaging this one. All right, I have cities, but no buildings. I have city. How do we? I feel like this is still a little too similar, but I have mountains, but no trees. I have rivers, but no trees. I have oceans, but no sharks. What am I? Is this good enough? Oh, I have roads, but no lanes. Okay, I like that. I have roads. But no lanes. That's good. Rivers, but no life. Okay, I can do that one. I have rivers, but no life. I have oceans, but no shark. What am I? Is this close enough to the original that we were looking at where it still makes sense? I feel like it is. If you knew the original, you'd probably think map, right? That's the goal. Not to change too much where it's not really the same riddle. Nailed it. Okay, and then you got I speak without mouth. Let's do this one. All right, I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I? Wind chimes? Oh, wait. I speak without mouth and hear without ears. What that hearing, that doesn't make sense there. Do I have to solve this? I don't have to solve this, right? This seems hard. 1 second. I kind of feel like I'm proving Apple wrong. So the only thing I have to say is, like, with this, a map has roads. It's in the same structure. You know, if I had rearranged it, would that have worked? Now, Apple's thing was purely switching out names, though. They literally just switched out names, and like they would change whether it was your aunt to your uncle. And then it would change out like her to him and the name of the person. And then they saw a 60% decrease in its ability, which that doesn't seem to be true here. Unless if its ability was 100% and 60% is it gets one wrong every once in a while. Maybe I'm picking words that are too near when embedded. Yeah. There's also like how this gets cut up, because they're going to tokenize this. Like it's not an I and speak. This is why, you know how everybody's like, it doesn't know how many R's there are in strawberry. Well, it doesn't know what strawberry is. Strawberry gets tokenized into something, into multiple tokens, and that moves on from there. Fisherman Guy, bro, we are trying to test the capabilities of AI, and we've been going through this. We did the advent of AI yesterday. Yay! I really liked this. It was a advent of code test I wrote, which I don't know. I liked it. I thought it was cool that it had a hidden third part that you had to like actually decode the message. Like the third part was in the message. I liked it. I thought it was, obviously I liked it because I made it. Okay, whatever. We did a coding repeating test. Then today we did an AI engineer versus a 100x engineer. I think it was a tie. It was pretty close. Togglerbit did an amazing job on that. We both wrote a language we had never seen before. We did some mock interviewing for system interview, and now we're just testing this riddle. This one was based off of a recent Apple study that said that just changing the name and pronouns of a person and like their relation, they would like their examples were like they switched it from Aunt Carla to Uncle Bob, and you know, adjusted the sentence to match that, and it made ChatGPT 60% less effective at it. Now, we had one good example of this. We actually asked it, what question did we ask it? We actually asked it this. I made a slip and I said a container with hinges instead of without hinges. So the answer is egg, and it rightfully said egg, but obviously that's the wrong answer to the question. So yeah. All right, I speak without a mouth, I hear without ears. Okay, so we need to hit things that are different in the embeddings. So instead of mouth, you know what would be probably close to mouth is like anything related to that. So is there another thing that we could use instead of the word mouth? Voice. Is something wrong with my voice? Oh, I speak without a voice. I got it. Sorry. Yeah, that's a good one. And hear without appendages. Flappy bits on my head. Face holes. I actually like face hole for okay. I this has got to be farther away in the and here without sound receptors. I'm going with sound receptors just because it was first. I have no body. I have no form. Might be far away, depending on the type of form. But I come alive with wind. I come to life. To life. Hear while being deaf? Oh, hear while being deaf. Does that work with the answer? Yeah. Okay. I like that. Okay, watch this. But wind brings me to life. Ooh, what about that? But wind brings me to life. Done. I don't know the answer to this, okay? So I don't think echo works in this. Is that? Wind? Wind doesn't bring an echo to life. Wind deafens an echo. This cannot, this can't be wind. The answer can't be wind. Wind doesn't make any sense. I don't understand what the answer is. I don't understand. I don't understand how this is echo. Is the actual answer echo? Can you please explain? No. Sound waves are not wind. Sound waves are not wind. No. I refuse this because put your ear on a brick wall and then have somebody go knock on it. Go underwater and speak. Have somebody tap on something while you're underwater. Wind, has nothing to do with sound waves. Waves of sound. I'm sorry. Wind is an absolute no. I can't believe this. I can't go with this. That's just scientifically unsound. They're vibration, 100%. And vibrations can travel through a lot of different things. And by a lot of different things, I mean anything that's touching something else. And the more, in fact, the more compact, the better. Sound travels through water better. Wind just makes it hard to hear. I feel like this one actually proves our statistical analysis. It had actually broken it down to the original. It had broken it down into the form of the original, honestly. All right, another one. One that actually makes sense this time. One that makes sense. No, we can't have these nonsensical. You see a boat filled with people. It has not sunk, but when you look again, you don't see a single person on the boat. Why? All the people were married? Oh, a single person. Okay. Okay. What are the next 3 letters in this combination? Okay, let's do it. What are the next 3 letters? Oh, how do we want to change this? I didn't want to make this Merrick Does Riddles on stream. Is that what this is now? All right, what are the next 3 letters in this combination? What am I missing here? They say combination, not pattern. Right? There is no next 3 letters because it's a combination, not a pattern. But I don't think that's the riddle. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. What are the next 3 letters? I don't get it. I don't get it. I feel like this is a red herring. And they're not actually talking about the OTTFFSS. Its numerical order started with the first 3 letters of the English spelling of the number. Oh, okay. Okay. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got it. Okay. This shouldn't be combination. It should be pattern. What are the next 4 letters? Let's do 5 letters. Let's do 5 letters. What are the next 5 letters? In this, I did not see that. I'm not a great riddle person. I don't do English very well. All right. This is probably too standard, so let's do this. Let's start at 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's just do cent. 7, 8, 9, 10. It needs new time stuff to get this. Somebody stole letters from me. What are they? So we want to do. Well, okay. We can do Venus, Earth, Mars, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. Let's not do. Does it think Pluto is a planet? Does it think Pluto? I don't. We'll do. What are the next 3? That's pretty good. Of course, we include it. And I was gonna say 5. I was like, it could throw it off. Why I didn't do 5 is I didn't want to make it throw it off because it's like, oh, technically Pluto's not a planet because that's what losers say. Real scientists accept that it's a planet. I accidentally hit enter. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Sorry, Matt. I ruined that one. It's actually too small to have an orbit around it. See, that's interesting because I didn't know that was in the, you know that they changed the definition of planet to make it not a planet because originally the definition of planet, it actually met the requirements. That's what I'm upset about. You don't change a definition to specifically exclude something. That's dumb. That's dumb. Okay, so last test that I want to do some more where we accidentally mess it up so it's not the actual thing, like I did with the egg. Oh, like this. Watch this. I actually am going to break this. What has to be fixed before you can use it? If my understanding is correct, it will say egg, right? The atmosphere is the airbags. of the planet. Absolutely. Fix or broken, same thing. Okay, let's try it again. All right, so the original is what month of the year has 28 days? We're going to do 31 days. It didn't just say all of them, which is the normal answer. So it failed this one. It failed this one. Here's a good one. Here's a good one. There's a one-story house. We're going to say there's a two-story. Two-story house in which everything is yellow. Yellow walls, yellow. What are the color of the stairs? The answer is there aren't any because it's a one-story house. I told you, it's statistical analysis. It knows the riddle. There are no stairs. It's a two-story house, but since everything is yellow and there's no mention of stairs, it suggests it's a single-story house with one floor. No, it doesn't suggest that at all. It suggests the stairs are yellow. Land of the Leap, you're absolutely right. The whole point of doing this is to prove that it's statistical analysis. And I'm not even mad. I'm not trying to purposely find a way to break it or whatnot. There are a lot of people that don't understand when I say that it's just statistical analysis. They don't understand that they hear artificial intelligence. They hear machine learning. They hear general AGI. They hear all these things, and that rattles around in their head, and they don't understand when I'm like, it's just really advanced statistical analysis. What does that mean? What it means is that it knows this. It knows this because it's statistics. Statistically, the answer to this is there are no stairs. Even though that doesn't make any sense. You know, a man who was outside in the rain without an umbrella or hat didn't get a single hair on his head wet. What if we said, got all of his hair wet? Got his hair on his head wet. Why? Because the man was bald. I'm not trying to get it to be inaccurate. I'm trying to prove a point. Does that make sense? I might actually try to make a YouTube video out of this because I think it's super important for people to understand. This does feed into what Apple was saying. Apple was saying that the test they ran, it scored much higher on the test before they changed specific things in the test. The answer is because he was outside in the rain without anything covering his head. If you guys didn't get the answer to the riddle. I know, I changed it. I changed it. That's the whole point. The man did get his hair wet. Why? Because he was outside in the rain. The original thing was, this was the original. A man who was outside in the rain without an umbrella or hat didn't get a single hair on his head wet. Why? And the answer is because he's bald. And that is a riddle. That is an actual real riddle. But what we did was we changed it where we said that was outside in the rain without an umbrella or hat, got his hair on his head wet. Why? Land of the Leap. That's my point. That is my point. Again, this is not me. I've actually been super impressed with the ability of the AIs this game. I think it's done way better than it normally has. The whole test of this was to try. People talk about the O1 model reasoning. It's not reasoning, right? It's trying to come up with statistically why something might have come out that way. And I think that's important. I think it's a really important thing to know. I think it's really important to have a way to demonstrate that to people. And I actually love this because, like, this is a cool way to actually do it. Right? Make a thing that sounds exactly like the riddle, but isn't. The problem that you have with that, so when you said what you said is probably the real crux of the problems. The day it can do reasoning, we'll be really impressed. The thing is, the thing they built and focused all their time on isn't a reasoning machine. It is just statistical analysis. Right? I don't think we're close with what we're doing. Again, it's wrong. Okay, so this was interesting. I feel like we half proved. We did it a different way. So the way that Apple did it was a little differently. They had like the GRE or some test like that. And they changed that up with names. We did it a little bit of a different way where we actually asked the wrong thing and got the right answer. Because it can't reason. We still proved kind of the same thing. 2 different ways though. Does anybody else have a riddle they would like to do? I have a few minutes left for a few riddles. I think we found a way to prove it. I'm trying to decide if people would find this interesting in like a video form, like a 10-minute like explanation of how GPT systems work. Because I could make it a little bit more informative and go with like what a neural net and how a GPT transformer works, or GP transformer works. And then kind of go and show why, like, that's why these things happen. It's also why it can't tell how many words are in strawberry, because it doesn't have the word strawberry. All right. Well, that's it for today's AI games. Tomorrow, we got more games. We got more games. This one will be fun. This one will be really educational. This one should be also fun. And then I've got to end at 3:30. I got to end at 3:30. I'm going to my old man's house. Cut some wood. He heats with wood. So I've been trying to go over there and chop wood. I'm not a young man anymore. Chopping wood is not like when I did it when I was young. But it's been good exercise. Yeah, been getting ready for the winter seasons. Absolutely. All right. So we actually we got close to meeting our viewership goals. I'll have to look at it. We'll review the stats. I'm going to review some of the stuff tonight. We might end up doing the stretch goals because we got close. We got close to an average of 30. We hit 30 viewers. Okay, we hit 30 viewers, and that was really awesome. So we might do this. We'll see. But we could always just smash the goal out of the park on tomorrow. I'm going to document some of this and get it into the repo. Some of the things that we observed. I probably won't do that on stream. No, it's just going to be boring work. It's just going to be work. You guys don't want to see that. Okay. I think I'm done for today. I have some stuff that I want to program, but I'm not ready to like. If I had prepared, I don't have the environment set up to be working on it. And like that just requires some keys and stuff. You know, we need to get a move on stuff. I'm gonna have to be programming a little bit more. I think what I'm going to do is like Mondays and Fridays, I classically game in the evening, and I might stream in the evening now, right after the gaming with friends. But I might stream the games. If you guys want to join for the games, great. If not, I might need to leverage that because I got to get more productive. I got null cloud stuff to do. You know what I've been thinking about? We have a lot of AI stuff. that we're going to do. And we have this problem. I have this problem. I actually want to train something. And so I think I'm going to get a machine to train machine learning stuff. But it's going to be expensive. It's going to be ridiculously expensive. And so one thing that I've been thinking about, what if I take a different approach with the null cloud? I've been thinking about this for like the last 2 weeks. What if instead of solving the cloud as I would want it, what if I just solve simple things? Because that would be simple and make good videos. What if I solve sharing this awesome machine? What if I did that first? I get an awesome machine with some GPUs and I share it. How would I do that? I would probably install Proxmox on it. I'd have to think about this, but I think I'd probably install Proxmox on it and then make VMs, because that's the easiest way to like, and we can talk about why VMs instead of bare metal, because bare metal, I'd have to like re-provision the machine. Whereas this, you could do your thing. And then when you're done, the VM goes away. And so like, this would be it's not reinventing anything. It's not making anything better. It's basically just doing baby steps though. And, you know, I still have Legion that I think is awesome, but I don't need it to do this simple stuff. And this would allow us to train the stuff for the AI games next year. It'll give the community something that they can actually log into and do stuff with. Yeah. Will I be using AI to be more productive? That's a good question. Next weekend, we will review everything that we've covered. Next weekend, we'll review everything that happened. I don't know that Apple lied, because we were able to do it here, right? We broke these questions. A hole is wrong. Bald was wrong. No stairs was wrong. We changed it to a 2-story house. We just changed one word. We changed this to a man got all of his hair wet. Why? And it said because the man was bald. So we kind of proved it in a different way. I don't know if because riddles versus the math problems was a little different. I don't know if that's why we didn't get the same result initially as Apple did. Or if possibly changing it up how we did still tokenized the same way. Like, you know, maybe our tokens were really close, so it just didn't matter, right? I mean, that's actually what we kind of proved here. The token here was what gets larger when more is taken away is a hole. So this tokenized the same way. It was really, really close. The same with this. The same with this. So I think we actually proved Apple right, just in a little different way, but maybe a little way easier to understand. Right, Russell. The point of this was everything, really, or most things get smaller the more is taken away, right? And so, like, it's not a riddle, but the point was I broke the riddle, and it just responded with the correct answer to the broken riddle. Yep. Yeah, actually, Russell, that's true. What do you think shrinkflation means? I don't know what you've been told shrinkflation is, but we're buying too much stuff and everything's getting smaller. I'm disappointed in you, Russell. Hurting the world. Hurting the world. Yeah, everybody has to stop buying stuff. Shrinkflation will go away. You'll just get an entirely amazing crash of the entire economic world. Shrinkflation will be the least of your worries if everybody stops buying stuff. Not an economist, but I have a strong feeling about that. All right, let me find somebody to raid. The Alt F4 stream is going. He's doing some Rust. You know, I've plagued you guys without enough Rust recently, so let's go raid him. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow to test more AI stuff, and we'll also figure out, maybe next week, we'll have a good discussion about what we're building next year, how we'll do it, or at least some possibilities. You're right, it sounds expensive, unfortunately, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Go Zello. Thanks for joining me. Hopefully you guys have a good weekend. And thanks for joining me again. I super appreciate you all.